want to see some front wheel wavering, etc., etc. And yeah, and 30 points for style, which is divided by 15 for fluidity and 15 commitment. As we have the next driver coming up, Khalifa Al Falasi from United Arab Emirates, a really young driver, only 16 years old, has been drifting for 3 years, has been really successful in his region, and right now it's his first big international competition, Khalifa Al Falasi. And yeah, the car, the Baltic drivers know this car very well. It's Vasiliauskas car from Lithuania, but right now let's see what Khalifa Al Falasi can do. And he's on first qualifying run for him as well. Let's see what the youngster can show us. Nice speed there, good initiation, not so wide as he would have wanted, but still going strong through the track. You see the pace is there. And of course we have to say the Bikinieki track is really difficult, especially if you are the first time here. It's really fast, you have to commit, otherwise it won't be easy. But yeah, going closer to the wall, I think in the end he got the groove of it and over the line. Khalifa Al Falasi from United Arab Emirates, his first run done, and right now he will of course try to concentrate and try to see what he can do better in his second attempt. But usually in drifting you have to do a solid first run to get some points on the board. After that you can of course go more all in, risk a little bit more on your second attempt if you know that you have already points on the board. So yeah, Khalifa Al Falasi right now on the replay. We miss Karim Khani from Egypt. I don't know why he wasn't there, but let's see who will be next on the track. Okay, so Karim Khani from Egypt will or is on the way to the start, but next one up will be Abdul Karim Yahan from Switzerland, as we are waiting for the points. No, we are seeing still one more replay from the drone shot, but yeah, we're waiting for points from Khalifa Al Falasi. If we remember right, then 68 points were for Michael Kraus, 68 or 69, something like that. It seemed like the judges maybe wanted another look at some zones. And 38, unfortunately only 38 points right now for Khalifa Al Falasi, but I'm sure he can do better in the second attempt. That, of course, everybody will get. Yes, Abdul Karim Yahan from Switzerland with a BMW 1 Series, the E82 chassis, yeah, the coupe. And let's see what the Swiss driver can show us on his first attempt. The light is, I wanted to say going to green. It is going to green right now, and let's go. First qualifying attempt for Abdul Karim Yahan. Big speed, big flick there, really on the edge, on the outside, so nice initiation by the Swiss driver. Right now flying through the track, really big smoke, really committed, nicely done this outside zone 3. Missing outside zone 4 completely, but then coming up to 5. 5 is okay. Now a few more transitions to zone outside 6. Zone 6 was right as well. And now the big wall right here, right from the beginning up until the end. A bit of a wall tap, I think, which, yeah, when he struggled there a little bit then with wavering of the angle, but otherwise a solid and committed run by Abdul Karim Yahan from Switzerland. As I said, 32 countries represented this weekend with 44 drivers on the grid. Yeah, we're looking once again on the replay for Abdul Karim Yahan's run. But from what I've seen, then I think should be a solid amount of points there for the Swiss driver. And looks like the points are coming in. And yeah, just a reminder, if somebody watches us on the live stream as well, then of course today is the qualifying day, and tomorrow is the big main event, we could say. Tomorrow are the finals, the tandem battles, and we will get to that. Yeah, tomorrow, quite logically. If we are looking at the times, then local time tomorrow, and it's okay, 60 something, 65.5, I think, if my math is correct there. So yeah, I thought could be a little bit more, but yeah, that's how it went. And next one up is Faruk Urunov from Uzbekistan. Yeah, also a rented car, really shallow line and a big mistake, and over the grass, over the curb, and ouch. That's it for Faruk Urunov, unfortunately. Big mistake from already in the first corner. Yeah, it was really shallow line. And then a really fast and snappy transition, and yeah, too much angle and nowhere to go. I went over the curb. Let's hope that the car is not damaged and he can try to do better on the second attempt. Because it was quite a hard hit against the curb. And now he will try to get back to the pits. Yeah, Faruk Urunov. Also driving a rented car from a local Latvian driver. And next one up from Egypt, Karim Hani, number 7. So yeah, came a little bit late to his qualifying run, but we will see him on the track in just a few moments as Faruk Urunov, representing Uzbekistan, coming back to the pits. And of course, we have not only drivers competing against each other, but we have nations competing against each other as well. So it's not only FIDC drivers cup, but as well for the nations. But yeah, I think about that we will talk more tomorrow when we will know which drivers, which countries will be represented in top 32, and let's see how that will play out. But right now we see Karim Hani from Egypt rocking a solid BMW 46. Let's see what the Egyptian driver can show us in the beautiful but fast Bitaneti circuit. Lots of wheel spin from the start for Hani. We see a bit of fire coming from the car underneath, but that's normal, that's all right. Now he's trying to maximize those outside zones. Looking pretty solid right now, Karim Hani. And I'm sure it's the first time here for the Egyptian driver in Riga, Latvia, at least, competing in the race. A bit of slower transition at that point, but still keeping it floored, keeping it really close to the wall. A bit of a bump, I think, against the wall as well. And now over the line, Karim Hani, lots of smoke. Lots of sound and yeah, a lot of commitment from the driver from Egypt. And we will see, of course, the replay as usually. A really nice camera work there. And yeah, always the drivers want to see how they did from the outside. From the inside you have one look. From the outside you can see, of course, much better what you did there. But yeah, I would say pretty solid run by Karim Khani, and let's see how many points he will get for this effort. Wow, a quite loud car by Karim Khani as he drove past us back to the pits. Next one up should be Latvian local hero Nicholas Bertans, number 12, driving the HGK Eurofighter, as we wait, of course, for the score still for Karim Khani. And usually when we see this screen, then it means we should get some points in a few moments. And we will have two Latvian drivers going one against another or after another. Nicholas Bertans, and after him Edgars Kroģeris. And 70.5 puts him in P1 right now, Karim Khani. So good job by him. And yeah, Nicholas Bertans 4 years ago, when he was, I think, only 15 years old or something like that, he came in second in FIA IDC competition. That time, I think, losing against James Dean in the final. But right now, Nicholas Bertans is ready to go. He looked really solid in practice. Let's see how he does in the qualifying. Nice outside zone in outside zone 1. Yeah, so much speed, much angle, and much sound as well. Gets there in that outside zone, really nicely done. Smooth transitions all the way through the track, and here we see a bit of a narrow part, and then it opens up the corner, and a bit of wider there. It's a nice wall tap as well. So good run there by Nicholas Bertans. And he gets some applause from the spectators as well. So good job done by the, yeah, we can still say Latvian youngster. I think he's 19 years old, I think, right now. Still, of course, one of the youngest on the grid, but has been drifting, I think, for almost, I wanted to say not 10 years, but yeah, 6-7 years for sure. Nicholas Bertans, I think, since he was 13 or something like that. As we see the replay once again, really big angle at that point before the transition. And yeah, it is not so easy to stay within the track. We see how from the wide first two corners we go into a bit of a more narrow part. And I think a few bumps against the wall there for Bertans as well. I don't know if the judges like that too much. They usually like if you're pretty consistent and do not change your angle, because every touch against the wall you get a bit of a, I would say, wavering of the front wheels, a bit of a correction, we could say. But yeah, for the drivers it's still fun. They want to always be as close as possible to the wall and to put up a show for the spectators, for themselves, and for their sponsors as well. So yeah, Nicholas Bertans representing Latvia, of course, and HGK as well. And we have 85.5 points for Nicholas Bertans. Some room still for improvement, but a solid first run for the Latvian driver, as we have another Latvian driver coming up, Edgars Kroģeris, with his BMW F22. If I remember correctly, then 4 years ago, FIA IDC was his first competition in pro class, or one of the first. But right now, has gained a lot of experience in the previous years, has been competing not only in the Baltics but in Europe as well. And right now, solid first corner, good outside zone by Kroģeris. His V8 engine screaming through the Biteneiki circuit and getting to that outside zone as well. So really solid job. Big angle there, a bit of a correction, so that wasn't perfect. Went a bit maybe too deep, too hot, but now he has to come hotter and closer to the wall. What he is right now trying to do, and over the finish line, Edgars Kroģeris. Yeah, we could, I think, divide the run into two parts. First part was really aggressive, really nice. In the second part, a few mistakes here and there, but yeah, still should be some solid points on the board for the local hero, Edgars Kroģeris. Yeah, we see really committed right from the beginning. Nicely done outside zone 1, good outside zone 2. The inside clip there with the one wheel as well. So yeah, all looked really promising up until, I would say, this point when a bit too deep in the angle, and then with that correction, missing that outside zone, and then also not coming too close to the wall. So yeah, as I said, a run of two halves. A run of two halves for Edgars Kroģeris. And the marshal's inspecting the track, if everything is all right there, as we will move on to the next drivers. So right now we have 7 drivers done, still 30 something to come, and next one should be Dmytro Ilyuk from Ukraine, also a very well-known driver, has been competing internationally for a lot of years. Has some titles under his belt as well, so really experienced and solid driver, Dmytro Ilyuk. We will see him coming up next, as we will see the points for Edgars Kroģeris for sure also coming up in just a few moments. So yeah, great to have FIA Intercontinental Drifting Cup coming back, yeah, after a few years of a pause. And 64.5 for Kroģeris. So also there, room for improvement. So yeah, last time out, FIA IDC was in 2021, here in Riga as well. I'm sure we won't have such a long pause until the next FIA IDC round. I can't promise that, but I'm pretty sure that we won't get to wait another 4 years for the next IDC event. But right now we're happy that there's such a big crowd competing. So as I said, 44 drivers from 32 countries. As we see Dmytro Ilyuk from Ukraine, we have, I think, 3 Ukrainian drivers. So they should be doing well in the Nations Cup right now. A really big angle from Ilyuk. Yeah, I saw one run in a practice where he had some issues, but looks like his car is working 100% right now. He's doing all right, and now the last transition coming up for the Ukrainian driver, Dmytro Ilyuk, coming close to the wall, doing all right. Could have been, I think, a bit faster, but still solid run. Almost all outside zones painted out, so good job there by the Ukrainian driver, Dmytro Ilyuk. Yeah, really committed on the first corner. We saw almost dropping a wheel there on the outside, but keeping it together. Dmytro Ilyuk, yeah, not his first rodeo here in Riga. Has been coming here for years and years. And of course he knows this track. I wouldn't say inside out, but pretty close to that. I think first time for Ilyuk here in Riga was, I would say, almost 15 years ago or something like that, in the beginning of the 2010s. And has been coming since here for almost all the biggest events we have here in Bitenik circuit, located in Riga, Latvia, of course. And 85.5, the same score as I think Nicholas Bertans previously got. Puts Ilyuk into second position because Bertans was the first one to record these points, so that's how it goes. As we continue with Greece, it's Christos Kantsaras with a really aggressive sounding BMW E36. I really love the sound during practice, so I'm sure you will appreciate it as well. And let's go, Christos Kantsaras, representing Greece, as we see right now. Also the qualifying scores for the drivers who have done the runs already. Nice outside zone there by Kantsaras. We saw a bit of left foot braking. Yeah, not getting all the zones. I think the beginning, the first corner was amazing, but then Kantsaras got a little bit lost through the zones, and now coming really close to the wall with not so much angle, really shallow, a bit of a bump there, losing out, I think straightening almost out before the finish line. And the beginning was great for Kantsaras, but then also, like we saw with some previous drivers, the twisty and tricky part in the end can do some damage for the scores, and that's what happened to Christos Kantsaras. I don't know if he was straight or not. We will see that in the replay for sure. So yeah, we see once again the really great drone shot. So yeah, we will for sure know how many points, or if even Christos Kantsaras got some points for his first qualifying attempt. As I said, there were some bigger mistakes. And a bit of a shame, because really you have to be brave to do the first corner in Bitenik circuit as did Christos Kantsaras, with full commitment, a really wide line with a big angle. And then, yeah, unfortunately he was straight then before the end. No, that's Hicham Tehaina, that's 21. He didn't compete. Unfortunately, he had some issues with the car. That's why he couldn't compete. So let's see what Christos Kantsaras, or maybe it was meant for Christos Kantsaras. Anyway, we continue with Ahmed Al Amri, Nissan Silvia S15, representing Oman. Yeah, Al Amri had some really great social media stuff and videos. Really appreciated that and liked that. Let's see what he can do on track. Ahmed Al Amri also renting a car from a local driver. Really wide line, too big of an angle, and unfortunately that's a zero there for Ahmed Al Amri. Yeah, he will use the rest of the track, of course, as a practice for his second attempt, but unfortunately another zero here for Ahmed Al Amri. And yeah, not the first driver to get zero. But trying to do, or to get as much as possible out of this run, gaining some experience, of course, in this track. And he will be ready for his second attempt in just, I don't know, wouldn't say moments, but maybe an hour or so, something like that. And yeah, here's the confirmation that that's unfortunately 0 there. As we continue with the next driver, number 27, Alexander Claudin from France, rocking a beautiful and aggressive Chevrolet Corvette. So yeah, let's see what the French driver can show us. Angry sounding Corvette. Yeah, looks like he's still fighting a little bit with the track. Going one wheel over the line, but that's not a big problem. Could be a deduction there as well, but still Alexander Claudin, yeah, a bit of a mistake here, a bit of correction in the last corner. Tries to get over the line, and yeah, it's done. The first quali run for Alexander Claudin from France is done and dusted. And you see, of course, a lot of smoke, but yeah, I think lacked a little bit of fluidity the run, but really beautiful and aggressive looking Corvette. As we see the run once again through the replay. And looks like we are about to see the score for Alexander Claudin from France. I think the only French driver, yes, competing this weekend here in Riga. As we see the overall results right now, 10 drivers have done their runs. And we saw, I think, Claudin's results settling in there. As we continue with David Skogsby from Sweden. Did see some works going on the car after the practice, so something wasn't 100% right, but right now we see that David is on the starting line representing Sweden. Let's see how he will fare in his first quali run, and let's go. Coming towards the first corner. Really, you need an aggressive initiation there, and yeah, big angle, big smoke. Nice outside line by Skogsby. Missing a bit that outside zone, but still going strong. And now to the narrow and technical part of the track. You have to get from one zone to another, and that's what Skogsby is trying to do. And now to the wall, and quite close to the wall. David Skogsby doing well there without any major mistakes in the end, and good solid run by the Swedish driver David Skogsby. Yeah, for sure it wasn't perfect. There's always room for improvement, but at least the wall ride was nicely done. And let's see once again on the replay how the Swedish driver was doing. Yeah, wasn't maybe 100% committed in the first corner, but he did get to the outside zone. I think he missed completely the inside clip. And then, yeah, a few misses here and there, but otherwise fluid run there by David Skogsby, as we will have two Baltic drivers coming up. Oliver Randalu from Estonia and Daniels Baumans from Latvia, the two drivers who should be next on track. Yeah, nice shot of the last corner. We see how long that outside zone is. It stretches, yeah, from the beginning up until the end of the corner. And here we see the judges. And 53.5. Not so many points for Skogsby, but yeah, we have, of course, three judges. David from Czech Republic. We have Vernon from the Netherlands and Imants from Latvia. Three really experienced judges, and doing everything they can in their powers to be as fair as possible to everybody. So we see Oliver Randalu from Estonia coming up next, one of the best Estonian drivers out there, and of course knows this track as well, really well. Trying to get through all of the outside zones. Doing it quite solidly right now. One more transition left for the Estonian driver. How close will he be at the wall? He is there really close from the beginning. And it's a really interesting corner because if you use too much angle, then yeah, you can do mistakes there. And we see that a lot of drivers are coming with a bit less angle to that last corner to get it rightly done. So a solid job by Oliver Randalu. I think should be a good score on the board for him. As we see once again, as always, a replay from every driver. That's not only for us spectators, but it's for the judges as well, of course, to do some fine-tuning. Usually they can get the scores already during the live run, but yeah, to tick all the boxes and to see all the tiny details and margins, that's why we need these replays. And 80 points for Oliver Randalu, putting him in third position right now after the first 13 runners. Daniels Bauman is coming up next, the Latvian youngster. This year's North European champion. And on Sunday he will also fight for the Latvian title, but right now let's see what he can do in FIA IDC, his first qualifying run. Nicely done, the outside zone. Now flying to the track really wide. I think the first driver to get onto the curb almost. And now the tricky part. So I think that outside zone wasn't 100% perfect, and here also missing a bit. But yeah, it's really important just to get some points on the board to get to the end. And right now, Daniels Bauman is doing that really close to the wall. Solid job by the Latvian youngster. And we see some sunshine coming up through the clouds. We had sunshine in the morning, then we had a bit of a cloudy weather, but still it's staying dry, and it should be dry for the whole weekend. So that's what we want. We want the speed, we want the smoke. And yeah, if it's wet, then it gets trickier. Usually it gets trickier. Sometimes it changes maybe where and how the drivers drive, and sometimes as well it gives a chance sometimes to some underdogs during the wet. But yeah, we love drifting in the dry, and it looks like it should stay like this for the whole weekend. Yeah, Daniel Baumann, still we see the drone shot replay from him, as well as we continue and wait for the next driver, which should be Ruben Bolanos from Spain. Yeah, quite smoky. We see in the last corner still some smoke hanging in the air, but we have some wind in the track, so should clear quite quickly. And 81 points, putting Daniel Baumann in P3 right now. So good job, and we see and hear that the spectators who have come already here to the track today are happy. Oh, and we see some oil, unfortunately, coming from Ruben Bolanos' car right before the starting ground. A lot of oil there, unfortunately. So some issue for the Spanish driver. And it looks like we will get the recovery truck to the starting line, because we don't want to get oil on the track. And also we don't want the oil also where the drivers are going to the starting line. So a bit of a technical pause as we can look at the results right now. Niklas Bertans P1, Dmitro Ilyuk in P2, and Daniel Baumann P3. And we have Oliver Randelu, and then all the other drivers. So yeah, right now we have 14 drivers done, and still we could say around 30 to go. So quite a lot of still to go in the first run, and of course everybody will get their second run as well. So let's see. Next one up should be Tamás Magyar from Hungary with a really exclusive car, Mercedes 190, the good old 190 Mercedes. That's coming up in just a few moments, when we will clear the car of Ruben Bolanos. And let's hope that the Spanish driver can fix it and can get at least his second qualifying run. But yeah, there was really lots of oil. It wasn't 1 or 2 or 3 drops. It was a big puddle of oil. So that usually doesn't mean that it's going well for the engine. But let's hope the Spanish team can fix the car. Yeah, here we just saw our 3 judges, as I said previously. Really experienced trio, and we see the sun is really shining down on Bitonik circuit. That can of course affect not only us spectators, but of course the track as well. The track can get a bit warmer, maybe a bit grippier. We don't know how sometimes the track changes, because sometimes it's the pretty opposite. Sometimes when the sun goes down and it's evening, then the track gets grippier and grippier. So But I'm sure this sunshine will help us, at least the ones who are here in Bitternick circuit, because it's quite crispy. The morning was quite crispy. We had around 4 degrees Celsius. Right now it is getting warmer. I think should be around 10 degrees plus minus, but yeah, still, of course, it's autumn. It's autumn. It's not summer anymore here in Riga, Latvia, as we see the car of Ruben Bolanos getting onto the tow truck, and then we will get ready for the next drivers. So yeah, we're of course cleaning the track as well, and here we see, yeah, one of the big stars this weekend, João Barrion from Brazil, and it's a really exceptional story about this car because it arrived, I think, at the end of last week here in Riga, and yeah, the technical guys were looking at the car of João Barrion. And there were some issues with the roll cage, so yeah, just they quickly got a new roll cage in. So the old roll cage was, we could say, yeah, cut out. And in just a few days in Estonia, the Mustang of João Barrion got a new roll cage. So yeah, the Brazil driver is happy about. He says he has a better seating position as well right now with the new roll cage. So. Yeah, amazing story how the car of João Barrion got ready for this FIA IDC event. Of course, a big star, not only in Brazil, but on an international stage as well. And I saw a few practice runs, looked quite solid from João Barrion. So we will see him a little bit later in qualifying. Right now we have still, I would say, around 15 cars before him. And we see Tamás Magyar, yes, warming up his tire. Our driver from Hungary, as I said, with a special Mercedes 190 model. Not so often we see Mercedes in drifting. So really happy to have a bit of a different kind of car here as well, represented on FIA IDC event. Okay, we see Tamás Magyar is ready. We are ready as well. And let's hope that the car of Ruben Bolanos will be ready at least for the second run. Quite a tough ask for the team to get it right, but let's hope they can do that. As we see Tamás Magyar right now coming up to the starting line. Good initiation. Coming really wide, almost with 2 wheels off the track. But keeping it together. A bit of wavering there at that outside zone. Now going really wide, but keeping it on the track. Tamás Magyar. Now one more transition to go. This long wall ride, and he's quite close. The driver from Hungary, quite close to the wall right from the beginning up until the end. So solid job in the end by Tamás Magyar, driver from Hungary. So yeah, it wasn't maybe all outside right from the first meters, but then he got to the outside zone. Tamás Magyar. I would say he, and yeah, this was a bit of a correction, trying not to go too wide and not to go over the track, because that's a really dangerous place on the track, because there's a big curb, and if you go over that, you can quickly damage your car. But yeah, in the end, nice wall ride there by Tamás Magyar. As we see once again these drone shots. So the score should be coming in 64.5 points for Tamás Magyar. I would say solid for the first run. Of course, you always want a little bit more, but this was, I would say, quite all right. As we continue with Ole Petter Vatn from Norway. Looks like a 1 Series BMW, right? Yes, it is. And the sun keeps shining more and more. I think it gets a little bit warmer here in Viikaniki, so that's nice to see. And Ole Petter Vatn with the solid first corners, going through the track. Lots of smoke from his BMW. And now, yeah, the tricky part where you have to keep it together, and looks like Ole Petter Vatn is doing that really well. So much smoke coming towards us as well, and yeah, closely to the wall. Nicely done, Ole Petter Vatn from Norway. One of two Norwegian drivers competing this weekend, as it's Kasper Eidsmo Sand as well. So two Norwegian drivers. We have also two drivers from Hungary. Yeah, we had just one car previous, Tamás Magyar, and we will have Peter Utassi from Hungary as well. So yeah, we have few countries with more than one driver who will compete in the Nations Cup. And Ole Petter Vatn taking his time, watching the replay, and I think he is allowed to do that, because while we are watching the replay, nobody is driving anyway. So yeah, now we will get to the points for Ole Petter Vatn as well. I think should be quite a solid amount of them for the Norwegian driver. So what's it going to be for Ole Petter Vatn? I'm sure all the Norwegian fans are hoping for the best. And it's 89.5. We have a new high score. Ole Petter Vatn getting P1 right now when qualifying. So great job by the Norwegian driver as we continue on with the next competitor. That's number 48. All the way from Brazil, Rafael Zalato Marinho. Beautiful looking BMW 92, a bit of a shallow line in the first corner, but keeping it a bit too much to the inside, completely missing outside zone against the grandstands. And now trying to keep it together, really shallow line there as well. So a bit of a messy run there for the Brazilian, Rafael Zanolato Marinho, but keeping it together, and I think he should cling on to some points at least. And yeah, over the line with lots of smoke in the end. One of two Brazilian drivers representing their country this weekend here in Riga, Latvia, at the Fia Intercontinental Drifting Cup. Yeah, bit of messy run, unfortunately, for Rafael. We can see it closer and more in detail right now in the replay, of course. Yeah, luckily for him, he wasn't in the no-go zone. I think he was close to that, but here we see, and that's the problem with this fast and fluid layout. If you do one corner wrong, or if you're on the wrong side of the track, and for example, you're in the inside in the first corner, then you don't have the place, the momentum to get it right for the next corner, and that's why these bigger mistakes happen. Okay, he didn't straighten out, he didn't do such big mistakes, but still, yeah, Rafael Zanolato Marinho with a few issues here and there, but we will see how that will affect his score. And of course, it's only the first run. He has all the chance to better his score in the second attempt, and usually most of the drivers do exactly that. So I'm quite sure that the Brazilian fans are hoping for a better score in the second run. We still don't know the first score, but as I said, yeah, a bit of a messy run here and there. So won't be as high as I'm sure he hoped himself. And yeah, if somebody watching the live stream is hearing some sounds, some drifting sounds, okay, we have 28 points, at least some points on the board. Yeah, if you hear some drifting sounds in the background, we have this weekend not only FIIDC, but we have the local Pro 2 and Street competitions and Pro competitions happening as well on a different part of the track. As we continue with the next driver, that's Niklas Vik from Finland. We have, I think, two Finnish drivers this weekend here, and Niklas Vik is the first one with the Toyota GT86. Yeah, nice line, doing good right now. Maybe lacking a little bit of speed, but he makes that for sure up right now with the right zones. This was, I think, his first bit of a mistake there, not getting out of that zone quite too quickly, but the wall ride is there, the smoke is there, and over the line goes Niklas Vik from Finland. Yeah, we have over the years lots of Finnish drivers coming here and competing in different kinds of championships in this track, but this of course is not a new layout, but a layout we don't drive so often, so it has its magic, has its trickiness. And Niklas Vik, I'm not sure. I think he could be also the first time here in Riga. I know that the next Finnish driver, Jarkko Ilha, has been here in Riga and has been competing well. So yeah, we will see after a Toyota GT86, we will see the next one will be a Toyota Chaser, a really special and beautiful car. So Niklas Wick gets 71.5 points. I would say solid job there by the Finnish driver, putting in him right now into P6 out of 19 drivers who have done their first qualifying run. And here we see Jarkko Jilka from Finland with a Toyota Chaser on the grid, on the starting position grid right now, ready for his first qualifying run. And we have almost half of the drivers done, and 1 hour done. Oh, a bit of a mistake there by Jilka. Wasn't the cleanest first corner, unfortunately, from the Finnish driver. Now that looks much better already. Feeling out that outside zone, coming in really hot in this technical track, this technical part of it. And now he has to, he knows how to ride the wall. Jarkko Jilka, and really nicely done in the end over the finish line. The Finnish driver, as I said, together with Niklas Wick, representing Finland in the Nations Cup this weekend here at FIA IDC. But yeah, I really want to see the replay of the first corner, because it looked like something wasn't 100% right there. And we'll see it once again. Yeah, almost opposite drifting there. This was, if that would have been a lead run in a tandem run, then could have been called unchaseable, because he was slowing down at the wrong moment when you have to be fully committed, fully floored. So unfortunately, a mistake there by Jarkko Jilka. Let's see how the judges will look at that. But otherwise, a pretty decent and nice to watch a run there by Jilka. Next one up will be Hrafnkel Runarsson from Iceland. As I said, nice to see drivers coming from all around the world and representing Iceland as well. Hrafnkel Runarsson. And 71.5 for Jarkko Jilka. Okay, without that mistake, easily at 80 plus a run. So got a little bit punished there. But move on to the next one, 68. Hrafnkel Runarsson. Runarsson is ready. He's ready on the line, and he will get the green light right now as he goes towards the initiation zone. And unfortunately, looks like some issues for the driver from Iceland. He's not drifting, he's driving straight and driving straight back to the pits. Unfortunately, some issues with the car for Runarsson. Yeah, really unfortunate to see that. I really hope that his team can fix the car for the second attempt, because of course racing and the drifting is a technical sport. Or motorsport in general, is a technical sport, but that's what we don't want to see. Technical issues getting in the way, and it's already the second driver with some technical issues, and 0 points right now. We had Ruben Bolanos, he had technical issues before the start, oil coming out of his car. We had some issues right now, as we saw for Runarsson, and it looks like is this new oil or old oil from the previous cars? I don't know, but somebody had to start working there. As we continue, the next driver should be the Polish ace, Paweł Korpulinski, one of the best Polish drivers, and I would say one of the best drivers in Europe as well. Always ready for the fight, and always ready for a podium or even a win. So Paweł Korpulinski representing Poland, and I think the only Polish driver here this weekend at FIA IDC. Korpolinski going onto the track, speeding up for the initiation. Nice Scandinavian flick there. Really on the outside zone right from the beginning. This could be a good score if he can keep it together to the whole course. We have seen many times some really good initiations, some really good first corners, and then on the technical part messing it up. But right now we see Korpolinski really doing a fine job. He has still one more transition to go, and that's of course the big wall ride in the end. And what a good and great run there by Pavel Korpolinski. No mistakes whatsoever. Over the line, the Polish driver did a great job on his first qualifying attempt. Yeah, and spectators appreciating the run of Pavel Korpolinski. Yeah, didn't see, of course, you can always do a little bit better, maybe a bit more aggressive on some of the zones, but overall I would say a great job by Pavel Korpolinski. And we see he was on the outside line from the beginning up until the end, maybe yeah, losing some angle at the end of outside zone 1, but otherwise we see almost in all the zones he is with both wheels. And yeah, on the wall ride as well, right from the beginning up until the end. So should be a good score for sure for Pavel Korpolinski. A really beautiful drone shot in the end. Getting closer and closer to the car with every meter as we are getting closer for the score, and it's 92.5. The first driver over 90 points, and yeah, it's not a surprise. Pavel Korpolinski with a solid job, putting in P1 right now after the first 22 drivers have done their runs, their first runs. And we are at half point. We are at half point for the first qualifying runs. 22 drivers done, 22 to go. As we see Peter Utasi from Hungary, the next one up. Solid initiation there. Good outside zone from Utasi. Missing that outside zone against the grandstands. But that's a common mistake that people sometimes do. Missing this zone as well. And now he has to try to salvage some points, maybe against the wall, be as close as possible. And that's what Peter Utasi is doing right now. And in the end, I would say, yeah, solid run. Could have been better in some points. We will see on the replay that he missed some of the zones, but still kept it together, kept it sideways for and almost did hit a bit of the cone, but that's okay. In qualifying, of course, in the tandem runs, you can't hit the cones because they're meant to slow you down comparing to the chase car. Yeah. So yeah, missing here and there some zones. Otherwise, okay run. So we continue on with the next driver, Ihab Abu Falah from Lebanon. As I said, really nice to see drivers coming up from all around the globe. So Lebanon represented by Ihab Abu Falah. And I did make a mistake previously regarding Polish drivers. We have two Polish drivers, of course, because after Falah, Jakub Przygonski will go on the grid. A really well-known driver as well. Has competed in FIA Motorsport Games twice, I think, at least, if maybe not more, with good results. Always when he gets on the grid. So after Ihab Abu Falah from Lebanon, we will have the second Polish driver, Jakub Przygonski, who is always a candidate for a win. And here we have 70.5, solid run, puts him in P10 right now after the first 22 cars. 23 cars have done their qualifying. And we have Abu Falah is on the grid. And he gets the green light and he gets on with his first qualifying run. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's see what Ihab can do. Nice initiation there on the outside. Yeah, trying to keep it together. And now coming to the end of the track. As I said, it's really tight at some places, but he does it quite well. And now have to be as close as possible to the wall. Lots of points there. And in the end, it's a good run, I would say, as well for Ihab Abu Falah. For sure, he's the first time here at this Bitenik circuit, so solid job by Ihab Abu Falah. I'm sure that Ihab Abu Falah will learn his lessons from the first run. Will try to better it on the second attempt, as of course everybody else will as well. And of course, a reminder for all of the spectators, out of the 44 drivers, we will get 32 in the top. 32, of course, 65.5 for Ihab Abu Falah. Yeah, only 32 drivers will make it into the finals. So it's a big task, a big job right now for everybody to get their good score on the first qualifying and then, of course, even try to better it. As Jakub Przygoński with his Toyota GR86 is coming to the initiation. Always a really technical driver, really placing his car on all the right zones, and that's what Jakub Przygoński is doing once again. A really smooth driving style always for Kuba as he transitions on to the technical part here of the track. And yeah, really beautiful to watch. Maybe not the loudest car or the most aggressive style, but always on point. Jakub Przygoński doing what he does best, and over the line, solid run, really, I would say great run, really, by Jakub Przygoński. And yeah, let's see if he will better the score of his fellow Polishman, Paweł Korpolinski, or not. But for sure, he will be up there somewhere, that you can be sure. And yeah, really interesting. A wheel design in the front. A nice wheel cover in the colors of his sponsors. So yeah, Jakub Przygoński doing great stuff on the track as always. So next one up will be Vladimir Codreanu from Moldova with an old school BMW E30. We have, I think, a pair of them competing this weekend. One from Denmark, Mikkel Kraus, was the first in quali, and here we see 90 points. Second position for Jakub Przygoński. So good job by the Polish driver. And Poland has right now a 1-2 in qualifying. Korpolinski leading and Brzegonski second. And yeah, but that's still only the first run. We will have the second run coming up, so let's see. Vladimir Kodrianu from Moldova right now on the track. Riding old school, riding a BMW 30 and trying to get some points on the board. Really shallow line in the first corner, and that's, of course, yeah, compromises the next turn. And yeah, as I said previously, the track is so fast and flowing, and a big mistake, unfortunately, doesn't get into the corner there. Vladimir Kodrianu, and that's for sure 0 there, unfortunately, for the driver from Moldova. He will have his second run for sure, but that puts him a bit on the back step to have a 0 in the first run. Yeah, and at this point he understood, I won't make it to the corner. Better to slow down, to stop before I break my car against the curb, because we have seen some nasty crashes there as well. And yeah, Vladimir Kodrianu, unfortunately 0 there for him. There's the confirmation. As the next one will be Benediktas Čirba, Lithuania. We have 2 Lithuanian drivers here in Riga this weekend. That will be Benediktas Čirba and Andrius Vasiliauskas. Čirba next one up, also a driver with lots of titles to his name, always aggressive, always all in on the track. And Benediktas Čirba, of course, knows this Bitterniek track really well, has been competing here for a lot of years on different levels, Baltic, European, and so on and so on. Here we go, all the Lithuanian fans can cheer on Benediktas Čirba as he is approaching the initiation. A good initiation there by the Lithuanian driver. Really nice outside line, a bit of wavering at some point, but now keeping it floored, trying to get as many points as possible in his first attempt. Really nicely done there on that outside zone. Here he is with 2 wheels as well. Not much left in this first run for Benediktas Čirba. One more transition, that is done well, and now close to the wall, Benediktas Čirba over the finish line, and with a solid run, the Lithuanian driver on his first attempt, Benediktas Čirba. And we have a lot of Lithuanian fans already here in the grandstands, so I'm sure we will see more of them tomorrow. Benediktas Čirba with a solid run right now, and we can see on the replay. I saw 1 or 2 things I didn't 100% like. I think at this point, yeah, a bit of hesitation maybe before the transition, but yeah, that's going into details. Overall, of course, it was a good run, and you can't blame really Benediktas for a few mistakes here and there. Nobody's perfect, nobody's a robot, and Čirba, I think still should get yeah, pretty high points in his first qualifying run. And next one will be Nasser Al-Harbali Urias from El Salvador. And Nasser has been competing in Europe this year quite a lot. I think he has been in 3 rounds in Latvia, in Riga, here in Bitterniek circuit. So this could be already his 4th event this year in Bitterniek, if I'm counting right, because he was in the season opening, and 79 points there for Benediktas Čirba, right now putting him in P8. Yeah, room to grow for the second attempt for Čirba, as now we focus on Nasser Al-Harbali Urias, yeah, representing El Salvador, and one of the loudest, angriest sounding cars on the grid. Really wide line there, nicely done by Nasser. Flying through the track, getting to all the outside zones. And really nicely done the first part of the track right now. Of course, to the more technical stuff. How will he fare there right now? Looking good for Nasser Al-Karbali. And onto the wall, and he is really close there. Nicely done as well. Nasser Al-Karbali Urias. So what a good run there by the driver from El Salvador. I would say he will be up there. He will be up there for sure. I don't know. And I won't risk saying right now the points, what I think, but good job by Nasser. Really good job by Nasser in his first qualifying run. We saw, a bit of flirting with going off track in the first meters, then keeping it together, and we see, I think, getting almost all the zones 100% right. So should be quite a nice score for Nasser Al-Karbali Urias. So we are patiently waiting for the score of Nasser Al-Karbali Urias. From the run, it looked like there should be quite a lot of points there. That's from my, of course, point of view. The judges are always more scrutiny. But yeah, it's P1, 95 points for Nasser Al-Karbali Urias. And yeah, quite fair, I think, to be in P1 right now. So, wow. Nicely done there by Nasser. Next one up, number 95, Itai Sadeh from BMW with the BMW M2, representing Israel. So let's see what he can do on his first qualifying run. Always doing a great job when he is on track, and right now he is nicely driving through the track. Really solid run, getting to all the outside zones, Itai Sadeh. And right now, a bit of a hesitation coming out of that outside zone, but getting back on track quite quickly and close to the wall as we should be. So yeah, a solid run there by the Israeli youngster Itai Sadeh as well. We will see it on the replay once again, but I would say a good job by Itai Sadeh. So we see really on the edge there on the first corner, right to the outside zone, outside line. Of course, there is still tarmac over the white line, but you should be with your car inside the white lines that are painted all on the edges of the track. So if you go over these lines, you get some points deductions. So yeah, sometimes it looks more maybe spectacular to be really wide in the first corner, but that's not what the judges want to see. They want you to be within the zone. And the next one on the grid is Clint van Oort, another great driver. And yeah, interesting situation with Clint van Oort. He is from the Netherlands, but he is driving with a Latvian license. So that means that he is representing Latvia in the Nations Cup, if I'm correct. So 75.5 for Itai Sadeh, putting him in P10 right now. But yeah, Clint van Oort from the Netherlands, but representing Latvia this weekend as he's driving with the Latvian license. So yeah, 96, let's see what he can do. Of course, another great driver, has experience on international level, and let's see what Clint van Oort can show us in a track that he has been doing quite well in the previous years. Really wide, and that's what I talked here previously bit too wide maybe in the first corner, going too deep, and I'm sure he will get some deduction for that. Missing that outside zone as well. Here he is there. Yeah, that was quite well. And now to the last part, and so much smoke coming from Clint Van Ort's car as he approaches the wall and drives right closely to the wall and over the line. Clint Van Ort, as I said, from the Netherlands, but representing Latvia this weekend as he is driving with a Latvian license. Yeah, really aggressive first corner. We will see that on the replay. A bit too aggressive, I would say. Yeah, going with almost 2 wheels, I think, off the track. It is allowed, but you will get a deduction for this for sure. Otherwise, yeah, some zones were there, some zones weren't. So a bit of a mixed run, we could say, for Clint Van Ort. So the score is in 64 points. Yeah, some heavy deductions in the end for Clint Van Ort. 64 points. And we see and we are happy that Ruben Bolanos has fixed his car, or his team at least has fixed his car. And the Spanish driver, Ruben Bolanos, with number 42, is ready for his first qualifying run. So we're quite happy to see that his car is fixed. And he will try to get some points on the board on his first run. We have, of course, had already a few drivers with 0 points. But Ruben Bolanos can be one of the drivers. I think it's still leaking oil. We have the technical delegate there, and unfortunately the car is still leaking oil. I don't know if it's new oil or the same oil that was there. Of course, yeah, you can't 100% maybe clean it up. But yeah, unfortunately, there is still some oil coming from the car of Ruben Bolanos. And yeah, we don't want any oil on the track, so that will be, yeah, really dangerous. Could be really dangerous for other drivers right now. Yeah, it's not so much oil coming out as it was previously, but Ruben Bolanos has to go back to the pits and try to fix the car again. And we can take a look once again at the results right now, how they're shaping up. Nasser Al-Kharbali, Urias in the front, and we have 2 Polish drivers, Korpolinski and Przygonski there. And then, of course, all the others. So, yeah, really great level of competition here at FIA IDC. 44 drivers from 32 different countries. I think the 32 countries could be a new record. Could be a new record in drifting competitions. As next one up, Fredrik Strelkov from Estonia. So we have 2 Estonian drivers. The first one was Oliver Randelu. We saw him earlier. Now Fredrik Strelkov, another Estonian, on the starting line and ready to go. And nice Scandinavian flick at the initiation from Fredrik Strelkov. Really wide line, also I would say a bit too wide, but still really aggressive approach. Fredrik Strelkov is one to watch for sure. Always driving with his heart out and still doing that right now. One more transition after this to go, and Fredrik Strelkov really, good speed from him as well. I haven't seen such a fast car for quite a few time. And that's over the line. Good job, Fredrik Strelkov. I'm sure, the fans are appreciating that, and lots of smoke is still hanging on the track. So Fredrik Strelkov showing what he's made of and representing Estonia in this beautiful FIA IDC weekend here in Riga, Latvia. Yeah, I think that the only bigger deduction could be in the first corner where he went with one wheel over the white line, so technically out of the track. But from what I saw, I think that was the only bigger mistake from Strelkov. Otherwise, it should be quite a solid score on the board for the Estonian driver in his first attempt. As we will have the next driver, Mevlut Meladze from Georgia, should be the next one on the grid. As we have around 10 drivers to come, a bit more than 10 drivers to come still here in the first qualifying runs, and then of course everybody will get their second. And it's 88.5 for Fredrik Strelkov. That's 5th place right now in qualifying, so good job by the Estonian. As we see, Mevlut Meladze from Georgia is already on the starting line and is ready to go. Driving the good old BMW E36. We will see a few more of these cars, this model, a little bit later as well. Yeah, not a perfect line in the first corner, getting onto the curb. Missing that outside zone against the grandstands completely, but at least he will try to get some points on the board. A bit of a messy run here and there, and right now Meladze coming closer to the wall, a bit of a correction right before the wall ride, and he is quite close there, so that's nice to see. And in the end, over the line, Mevlut Meladze from Georgia. So Mevlut Meladze taking a look at his run as well. So he will see that could have done better in a few places here and there. But I would say it's already an honor, to be and compete in FIA IDC. So we're looking at the replay. And the replay done there for the run of Mevlut Meladze as well. Not sure how many points Meladze will get, but here we see 63.5. That's putting him in 22nd position with still more than 10 cars to go. He's right on the edge, we could say right now after the first runs. As Lithuania, Andrius Vasiliauskas going for his first qualifying run, rocking the new BMW M2, the G87 chassis. Yeah, beautiful, nice looking car, and the driving style from Vasiliauskas always is aggressive as well, so doing good. Right now Andris Vasiliauskas missing a bit of a zone here and there, but not so tragic as he is right now, of course. Close to the wall as he usually is, and over the line, Andrius Vasiliauskas, Lithuania. As we heard previously, we have quite a few Lithuanian fans already here. And we have two Lithuanian drivers competing at FIA IDC. Yeah, I wasn't on the outside line in the first corner, so I say, yeah, a few misses here and there. Could have been a bit of a better run for Vasiliauskas, but still there should be some good base points on the board for him to build on for the second qualifying. And from a brand new M2 to the good old BMW E36, next one up is LV Edwards from the United Kingdom. So I remember LV Edwards was competing at FIA Motorsport Games as well. So he knows how to compete on an international stage, and if I remember correctly, he did quite well. So let's see what LV Edwards can do here in the Piterniki track. As we are waiting for the score for Vasiliauskas, should be coming in any second. And it's 74.5 right now, P12 for Vasiliauskas, as LV Edwards is on the starting line and is ready to go. Yeah, beautiful looking E36. Yeah, nice initiation there. And we hear the supercharger whining, the classic whining noise of the supercharger. Some people like it, some people don't. I really like the sound of the supercharger, and LV Edwards is, I think, liking what he's doing up until that moment. A big hit against the wall, losing almost all of the angle, and yeah, such a good run from right of the beginning, and a bit overcooked it in the last corner. I'm not sure if he was completely straight or not, but this was a big correction, at least for LV Edwards. Was doing a fine job up until that moment, and yeah, quite a big hit against the concrete wall for the driver from United Kingdom, LV Edwards. As we're looking once again in the replay. Yeah, unfortunately for LV, I think that looked quite straight after the hit against the wall. And usually if we will see really soon the result, that means that the judges have deemed it as 0. But yep, unfortunately it's a 0 for LV Edwards. He has to try to do better on the second attempt if he wants to qualify for the finals, for the top 32. As we continue on with the next driver, Mariano Lavinia from Italy, another BMW E36. I saw some practice runs, did I think really well, the Italian driver. A bit of correction in the beginning, but really fast. Flying through the track, he goes onto the curb a little bit, like we've seen previously from one or two drivers. And yeah, really fast. The camera can't even follow up with what Mariano Lavinia is doing. And a bit of careful touch there in the first meters of the corner, and I think that was well done by Mariano Lavinia, representing Italy. And let's see the replay. I think the only real mistake was maybe here in the beginning. Yeah, he wasn't on the outside right from the beginning, but otherwise, so yeah, that's a bit less points maybe for commitment. But after that, once Mariano got in his groove, solid job by the Italian driver. So yeah, let's wait for the scores to come in, as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers left in the first qualifying runs. After that, of course, I'm sure we will have a little technical break to paint back all the outside and yeah, all the outside zones. The inside zone looks quite okay still after the first runs, as of course nobody is driving with the rear wheels over there and not wheel spinning some rubber onto the track. But yeah, all the outside zones need some work, and I'm sure we will get to paint them for the second runs. As we're waiting for the score, yeah, Mariano Lavinia. As I said, I think only deduction for the first meters of the track. Otherwise, quite a flawless run by Mariano Lavinia from Italy. So what's it gonna be? And it's 79.5 for Mariano Lavinia. So good job. As we move on to Christian Erlandsson, another Swedish driver. I think we have at least 2 Swedish drivers competing, if not even more. But okay, let's see what Erlandsson can do. Really wide line there, big smoke coming from the car of Erlandsson. But of course that is the good kind of smoke, that is tire smoke, not from the engine or from the coolant. And yeah, really committed there, the Swedish driver, Christian Erlandsson. Doing really well in his first qualifying attempt, and now just the wall. Yeah, it can be tricky, the drivers, maybe not as close as we wanted to see, but in the end he got there. Yeah, so much smoke from Christian Erlandsson in his Subaru BRZ, and the fans appreciating the run of Erlandsson as well. I think we have 2 Swedish drivers. Yes, David Skogsby was one of them, and right now Christian Erlandsson. So yeah, Sweden represented in the Nations Cup as well this weekend. And yeah, the sun is still shining here in Riga over the track, so that's what you want to see in this crisp autumn day, we could say. Yeah, in the morning we had only 4 degrees Celsius. So I think one of the coldest mornings we've had this autumn, and for quite a long time as well. But yeah, once the sun is shining, I think everybody is happy, and we get some smiles from the spectators, from the drivers, and all the teams as well. As next one up will be Artur Havrilenko from Ukraine. As I said, we have 3 Ukrainian drivers competing. One was Dmitro Ilyuk, quite in the beginning of the quali. Then we will have right now Artur Havrilenko and Timur Lipsky a little bit later as well. So what's the score for Erlandsson? 70 points for Erlandsson. So yeah, dropped quite a few points in the end. And here we have, yeah, Artur Havrilenko, Toyota GT86, and from Ukraine. Let's see what he can do on his first qualifying attempt. Yeah, nicely done initiation. Maybe not the biggest angle, but still. A bit of opposite lock there. And that's not what the judges want to see. A big mistake there by Havrilenko, unfortunately. And I think that's one point the wheels were completely opposite. So yeah, it wasn't drifting anymore. And we see lacking a bit of smoke as well. So Artur Havrilenko trying to do his best, but I think this won't be enough in this run. As we will clearly see in the replay if it was a 0 or not. Yeah, already the first corner was a bit shallow. Yeah, or not shallow, but with not so much angle as we would have wanted. And yeah, unfortunately, I think that was opposite lock and opposite to drifting, we could say. It was normal lock if we are driving circuit racing, but in drifting your wheels have to be in the other direction. And I'm quite sure we will get a score in pretty quickly. As we have 7 drivers still to do their first qualifying run, and as I said, then we will go on and move on to the second quali runs. A lot of drivers who has to improve themselves. Yeah, first they have to prove themselves, and then improve, because yeah, we have a few drivers with a 0. Some of the drivers had some technical issues. We saw that 2 drivers didn't get their first runs in at least until now. Hrafnkel Runarsson had some technical issues and was driving straight from the beginning. And yeah, Ruben Bolano still fighting with oil from his car. Dripping oil, yeah, from the engine. So the Spanish driver hasn't done a run in the first qualifying. Yeah, technically Runarsson from Iceland did do a run, but yeah, he was driving straight, and we saw that there was some issues. As the judges still want to see a bit of a replay, if there was 100% opposite lock or not. It's a big decision if it is a 0 or if it's not. And yeah, it's unfortunately a 0 for Artur Havrilenko. So he has to improve in the second run for sure. Next one up, João Barrion. A lot of Brazilian fans, I'm sure, have tuned in the live stream. I don't know what time it is in Brazil right now, but I'm pretty sure it's different to that what we have right now here. And let's go, João Barrion. With the new roll cage this weekend with his Ford Mustang. Oh, and off the track he goes with 2 wheels, but keeping it somehow together. João Barrion trying to salvage some points in this first qualifying run, but it was quite a big mistake in the beginning. And still hanging on to the track, hanging on to sideways, and keeping it real. João Barrion from Brazil, getting over the line, and with a big smoke machine, his Ford Mustang S550, that's what it's called fully. So yeah, a bit of a mistake in the first corner, but the big thing is that João is on the start, is on the grid, as yeah, he got a fully new roll cage done this week, as yeah, we wanted to have it up to FIA standards, so that's why we needed, or Joao needed to put in a new roll cage. It was done in Estonia in a few days, so good job by the Estonians, good job by Joao, and the car is now fully legal, 100% safe to compete in FIA IDC. So yeah, a bit of mistake, I think one wheel off in the first corner after the first transition, but I'm sure there should be some points for the Brazilian driver. As I said, we have 2 Brazilians competing this weekend here at FIA IDC. It's Rafael Zanelato Marinho and, of course, João Barrion as well. Lots of fans, of course, around the world for Joao Barrion. He's known for his drifting, he's known for his shows, and he's very well-liked driver around the world. So I'm sure a lot of people have tuned in to see what Joao Barrion can do, and 69.5 points, P19, so a good base to build on for the second attempt. As we move on to the next driver, Anders Madsen from Denmark. So yeah, also two drivers from Denmark this weekend. Let's see what Anders Madsen can do. I think he had a test run previously, so didn't get many practice runs in this morning. But right now trying to salvage some points. Yeah, not the greatest line, but all he needs is some points at least on the board. So he can build on that for the second run right now. Doing quite solid job, I would say, Anders Madsen. And quite close to the wall in the end as well. So yeah, solid job by Anders Madsen. Should get him some points. And we have still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers left in first qualifying runs. And after that, we will move quite quickly to the second ones, as yeah, the plan was to do qualifying by 3 o'clock. Looks like we won't be able to complete in half an hour all the quali runs, but yeah, no problem. We had some things planned after that. We have some, as I said, local competitions happening as well. But it will be all right. FIA IDC, of course, has priority for sure for this weekend. As we're still looking at the run of Anders Madsen. So yeah, we have still Norway, Japan, Mozambique, Austria and Ukraine to come. Kasper Eidsmo Sand, Hokuto Matsuyama, Zanil Satar, Daniel Brandner and Timur Lipski. Yeah, Zanil Satar hasn't done any practice laps. As we see the score, yeah, 52.5 for Anders Madsen. And yeah, I got a message from the Mozambique driver. He said, I'll just check to get it right. Yeah, so the driver from Mozambique is asking his country to cheer and wish luck for him, as he hasn't done even one complete practice run. So that will come after that a little bit later. Right now we have Kasper Eidsmo Sand from Norway in his first qualifying run. And yeah, this looks, I think, much better than in practice. He had not the nicest runs, at least some of that I saw, but right now in qualifying has stepped up his game, Kasper Eidsmo Sand. And doing a solid job up until the end. So nice driving there by the Norwegian Kasper Eidsmo Sand. So replay of Kasper Eidsmo Sand's run is on your screen. As I said, still 4 drivers to come in the first quali. And one that, of course, a lot of spectators are waiting for, Hokuto Matsuyama from Japan. Yeah, the original drifting country, of course, where drift was established and invented, we could say. That's, I think, the more right phrase. And still rocking really strong drivers. Hokuto Matsuyama is one of them in a really beautiful Toyota Supra, the new one. As we have 73.5 points for Kasper Eidsmo-Sand, putting him in a solid 14th place right now. And here is the Japanese driver Hokuto Matsuyama. Did look really great already in practice. And as usually, really nice liveries, really nice designs, always from all of the Japanese drivers around the world. So Hokuto Matsuyama representing Japan. Let's see what he can do in his first qualifying run. Good initiation, but a bit of a shallow line in the first corner. Could have been a bit wider, but now trying to salvage some points. Going off the track with one wheel, unfortunately, but still keeping it together. One wheel again, and let's hope he didn't damage his tire or his wheel. Right now he has to hang on to this run of his, and yeah, not perfect with some bigger mistakes here and there, but right now close to the wall, the Japanese Hokuto Matsuyama, all the way from Japan. And his car also came all the way from Japan in a big container. So yeah, great to see this driver here competing in FIA IDC. Looks like the car is all right. But yeah, I'm sure he can do better, and he will do better on his second attempt. Hokuto Matsuyama from Japan. As we see it once again in replay. Yeah, this was really bad hit there, because you can quite easily damage the tire, damage the rim, beat the tire, and then of course your run is zero after that. But kept it together despite some mistakes, Hokuto Matsuyama, and I think he should be going away with some points at least after the first run. As right now we see, the grandstands not with so much people, but you have to remember it's Friday. Yeah, it's a working day for almost all of the people. So I'm sure we will see full grandstands tomorrow at FIA IDC 2025, as we still see the end shots of the drone from Hokuto Matsuyama's run. And yeah, next one up will be Zanil Zatar from Mozambique. And as he said, please cheer for me, my fellow Mozambique countrymen and woman, because yeah, he hasn't done a full complete practice run, unfortunately. Looks like because of some technical issues, Zanil Zatar. But he's ready to try to give his best and to represent Mozambique in this big and great FIA Intercontinental Drifting Cup event. And it's 59.5, barely making it into the top 32 right now, the Japanese driver, but with only 3 drivers to come. If he would end it after the first qualifying, he would be in. But of course, everybody will have the chance to better their scores. So Zanil Zatar with the Nissan Silvia, as I said, from Mozambique. He wants his fans to cheer on him and wish him the best, because without practice, trying to jump into qualifying on such a high-level competition, it's not easy. It's not easy. So let's see what Zanil Zatar can do, and I hope he can deliver on his first run right now. Yeah, quite an inside line, but keeping it sideways. We see proudly representing his country, his colors on the car. And yeah, if this is his first complete run in Bitenik circuit, then I would say good job by him. But nah, a bit of a too early, I think, it runs transition. And of course, not risking with the wall. But yeah, I would say good job. If this was really the first run for Zanil Zatar, then the driver from Mozambique can be proud. And he will have a chance to build on this run when he will get his second attempt. So let's see Zanil Zatar once again in the replay. Yeah, he did an initiation there where it should be done. Of course, not the speed and not the line and not the angle like we have seen from other drivers or from the top drivers. But still keeping it together, and I think keeping it sideways almost for all of the time. Yeah, here we saw a really early transition. Yeah, it was a bit of a interesting transition, we could say. But yeah, now it's up to the judges to see if Zanil Satar from Mozambique will get some points or not. Let's hope for the best, as we have still 2 drivers on the first qualies. Daniel Brandner from Austria and Timur Lipski, the 3rd Ukrainian driver this weekend here at FIA IDC. And at least some points, yeah, 30.5, that puts him in P33, but that's better than a 0. And next one, Daniel Brandner, has been here in Riga before. And let's see what the Austrian driver can do. I'm really happy to see Daniel Brandner back in Riga. And he is, of course, back to attack with some blue smoke coming from his tires. Putting up a show for us, for the spectators and for everybody. Daniel Brandner, going off track with 1 wheel and going off track with all 4 wheels, and that's a shame, unfortunately, for Daniel Brandner. And yeah, that's 100% a 0 in his first quali run. But yeah, nicely done. Blue smoke from his rear tires. We rarely see colorful tires in drifting anymore. And yeah, Daniel Brandner will be coming back to the pits, and that's of course a 0, unfortunately for him. But put up a show, and I think, yeah, the spectators can appreciate that. Daniel Brandner, showman from Austria. And let's hope that his second run will be better to get some points on the board, and to see Daniel Brandner tomorrow in the main competition, as we have still 1 driver to go in his first quali runs, Timur Lipski. And after that, I'm sure we will quickly get the track ready and be ready for the second attempts, for the second qualifying runs. And yeah, confirmation, Daniel Brandner, 0 points. And here we see Timur Lipski, number 995, is ready for his first qualifying attempt. Yeah, we have, yeah, I would say almost 2 hours, a bit more than 2 hours. The first qualifying runs have been. But we had some pauses here and there, and I'm sure we will move on a bit quickly with the second runs, as really quickly to the initiation comes Timur Lipski. But yeah, a bit of a mistake, not the best initiation from the Ukrainian driver. We see some corrections or some wavering of the wheels almost through the whole track. Timur Lipski will try, of course, to do his best, but yeah, maybe could have been a bit more yeah, stable, and a bit of mistake, and I think it's straight, unfortunately, for Timur Lipski. Yeah, wasn't a great beginning and a really bad ending to the run, so yeah, unfortunate there for Timur Lipski. I'm pretty sure that's a 0 because he wasn't sideways before the finish line. Here we see the beginning, also a bit of corrections here and there. But of course, he will have his second run, Timur Lipski, to try to get some points on the board. As yeah, we quickly get the track ready for the second runs, and we'll be back with them in just a few moments, just a few minutes. So right now, the right time to grab something to drink, grab something to eat. And if you're watching at home, sprint to your fridge, get something to eat or get some snacks, and we'll be ready for the second qualifying runs. The first ones were already amazing. I wanted to say let's wait for the score for Timur Lipski. I'm pretty sure it's a 0, and it is a 0 there for Timur Lipski. So yeah, 43 drivers have done their first qualifying runs. Unfortunately, who was it? Ruben Bolanos from Spain didn't do them. And here you can see the whole qualifying standings after the first qualifying runs for everybody. But of course, everybody will have their chance to better that. And let's see if the table will look at as this after the second qualifying runs, or we will have some big changes. Can't wait to see for that. So right now we're painting back the outside zones, and then we'll be ready with the second qualifying runs in just a few minutes. Okay, it looks like the track is ready. We are ready, the drivers are ready as well for the second qualifying runs. Right now we have a lot of drivers with a good scores, a few drivers with 0 points, and of course everybody will try to do better. And usually the second qualifying runs are more fun because a lot of drivers have their base score, we could say, or the points on board, and are looking quite relaxed if we look at their positions in top 32. But that means they always try to go all in and get more points because the higher you are in the qualifying standings, of course, the bigger the chance that you get an opponent with a less level, we could say, or with not so high level, but still, I would say all the drivers who are competing and all the drivers who will be in the top 32 are high-level drivers from all over the world. So, in the end, I think it won't really matter if you qualify first, second, third, or 10th. You will get a good opponent through the whole top 32. So, still a lot of to come. As I said, 44 drivers trying to get into the top 32. So we will have 12 drivers, unfortunately, being out already after this qualifying and won't compete tomorrow. But everybody has still a chance to qualify. So let's see how that will play out. 44 drivers from 32 different countries. So really nice to see drivers from all over the world competing here in the Riga Bitternieki circuit, Latvia, FIA IDC 2025. The first one on the grid we see is Mikkel Kraus with the number 2 and with the BMW E30 representing Denmark. And 2 drivers this weekend representing Denmark here. It's Mikkel Kraus and Anders Madsen as well. So competing also in the FIA Nations Cup. And here we go. Mikkel Kraus opens the second qualifying runs. Good old classic BMW 30 representing Denmark. Yeah, okay, first corner. A bit of correction here and there, but keeping it together right now. Yeah, not through the perfect line against the grandstands. But right now here was much better already. And the twisty technical bit at the end is, I think, nicely done there by Mikkel Kraus. He is up to the wall close as well. So good job there by the Danish driver, Mikkel Kraus, completing his second qualifying run. And we will see after a few replays if he will better his score or not. I think he had 68 or 69 points in the first run. And we will see if that's good enough to be in top 32 or not. And it looks like he did hit the wall a bit more than he anticipated. A few parts hanging off the car, but no big problem as he is going back to the pits already. And next one up will be Karim Hani from Egypt, driving another BMW. A few model generations newer than Mikkel Kraus's. And of course the mandatory drone shot in the end as well. Yeah, this was the hit against the wall in the last few meters, so I think won't impact his score, but the mechanics will have a bit work to do. And in the second attempt, it's almost the same, half a point more. And sitting in P21, Michael Kraus. Not the most comfortable position, I'm sure, but still, he's in the competition. He's in the finals right now. Karim Khani from Egypt, BMW 46. I think he had a pretty solid first qualifying run. Let's see what he can do in his second attempt. Nicely done, outside line in the first corner. And second corner, good as well. One of the louder cars there, that's for sure. Karim Khani. Lots of pops and bangs and loud noises coming from his BMW 46. And really closely to the wall in the end. So nicely done. Karim Khani from Egypt putting up a really solid show there. The Egyptian driver. And I think should be a nice scoreboard as well. Karim Khani looking at the big screen how he didn't wait till the end and goes back to the pits, to the paddock, and I'm sure he will, or his team will know what score he gets. Yeah, quite interesting that Michael Kraus got only half a point more than in his first runs. We could say, okay, pretty consistent, doing the same amount of points. But of course, I'm sure he would have wanted a bit more. But yeah, Karim Khani, I think, should get solid amount of points for his second attempt. And okay, it's less than the first one. So still sitting in P17, Karim Khani. And we continue. Khalifa Al-Falasi coming up next. The young driver from United Arab Emirates. His first big international competition, so let's see how he can do. And I think now a bit better than the first attempt. Still a bit of wavering, but yeah, trying to push more. He needs more points than he had in the first run to qualify for the finals tomorrow for the top 32. And I think this looks already better than the first one. Yeah, still could have been a bit faster, maybe some more outside zones at some points, but this looks more promising, really close to the wall, almost touching it, and in the end over the line, Khalifa Al-Falasi representing United Arab Emirates. But yeah, if we have to compare, I think this was a much better already than the second one. Still a room to improve, but still a young driver, only 16 years old, Khalifa Al-Falasi. And he was brave enough to go to the outside zone in the first corner, so that's nice to see. Then, yeah, missed here and there some outside zones. But overall, already a good improvement compared to the first run. And of course, we have to point out, it's not his car, it's a rented car, so always not easy to adjust to a new car as well. So we have a few drivers who are driving rented cars, who have come from so far away that it didn't make sense or it wasn't logical to send their respective cars here to Europe. But some drivers have sent their cars to Europe. From Japan, for example, Hokuto Matsuyama is one of them, and of course another drivers from Brazil as well. So let's see the score. Will we have the score already? And it's better, 46 and right on the edge. P32 right now for Khalifa Al-Falasi, so right on the edge, and not a comfortable position to be in right now. As we continue with Abdul Karim Yahan from Switzerland. Some flames coming out of the exhaust. And a nice fast initiation there by the Swiss driver Abdulkarim Yakan. Lots of smoke and a bit of opposite direction drift. I think this was a mistake we've seen previously from a few other drivers as well, going onto the curve there. So yeah, not the cleanest run. I think the first run was a bit better for Abdulkarim Yakan, as he goes right now close to the wall and really on the inside in the end. So lots of yeah, quite interesting mistakes, I would say, from Abdulkarim Yakan. If you remember, his first run was a joy to watch. So right now, I don't know what happened to the Swiss driver. Some, I would say, yeah, mistakes that are not like him. We could say it like that. But yeah, the beginning was good. All was all right there, and then started a bit of opposite direction wheels at some point. Of course, the good thing is he had a solid first run. Can't quite remember the exact score, but we will see it in just a few moments. Abdulkarim Yakan representing Switzerland. Oh, and the Greece fans are ready. As we will be ready for the score right now for Abdulkarim Yakan. What's it gonna be? We still want some replays. I'm sure I know what place the judges want to see as we look once again on the replay. And is the score coming in? I'm sure we should get it quite soon. And it's 45.5, so the previous run was better. Right now sitting in 22nd position, Abdulkarim Yakan. Could be enough as we move on to Faruk Urunov with also rented car. First run, I think, was a 0, so there was a big mistake there. Let's hope that the driver from Uzbekistan can do better on his second attempt. Oh, really close in the no-go zone, unfortunately, the first corner. So that's, I think, will be a 0 already right now, straightening out. So yeah, not getting to grips, unfortunately, with the car, with the track. Faruk Urunov from Uzbekistan. So yeah, such a shame. But sometimes it goes like that, and that will be a double 0 for Faruk Urunov, and the first driver who won't make it into the top 32 finals, Faruk Urunov. Okay, we continue on. Nicholas Bertans from Latvia as Faruk Urunov comes back to the pits. Oh. And Nicholas Bertans is ready for the second run. First run was 85 points, or 85.5, something like that. So right now, the Latvian, we can still call him youngster, 19 years old, but with big experience, lots of podiums, lots of wins, lots of titles under his belt at such young age. And right now, starting from this year, he's competing and representing HGK as well. So good initiation, nice outside line there. Not 100% perfect, but still trying to do maximum, really wide. One wheel off the track, over the curb. So yeah, we see going for the aggressive approach as he had a solid base in the first run. That's why he is pushing more in the second run, and not always it delivers. Sometimes you overshoot it, and this is like, I think, the time Nicholas Bertans Did a few mistakes here and there, but still really fast, flowing, and beautiful to watch. Nicolas Bertans getting the local crowd support, of course, as well. If we take a look at the replay, I did go out a little bit too early maybe off that outside zone, and I think that compromised a bit the next few corners, and that's where the bigger mistake happened, one wheel off the track. So from my point of view, I would say could be that the first run will be with the higher score, but that's up to the judges as always. And we have 3 of them as it is mandatory in drifting, 3 different judges. So we have David from the Czech Republic, we have Vernon from the Netherlands, and the local judge Imant from Latvia, of course, but with lots of experience internationally as well. So yeah, 81 in the second, still in P6 with his first run with 85.5 points. As we continue on, next one, another Latvian driver, Edgars Kroģeris on the line. I think needs to better his score as well. A really angry and beautiful sounding V8 under the hood. A bit of a late initiation, not the perfect outside zone, but we remember that previously in his previous run, there was a run of 2 halves. The beginning was good, the ending was not so good, and right now it looks like the ending could be better than before. Trying to hit all the outside zones, and right now he has to go closer to the wall to get a solid amount of points. Really big angle at some point, slow down the bill a little bit, but yeah, in the end over the line, Edgars Kroģeris, another local driver, and we see gets, of course, the support of his home fans. Let's see the replay. Yeah, I think a bit of a late initiation. That's why also he got sucked a little bit to the inside, and wasn't perfect outside zone as he did in his first quali run. So sometimes, as it is with Edgars, if you combine both his runs together, it would be a really solid score. But right now, I don't know how many points he'll get for the second attempt. The good thing is he tried to be close to the wall. That's what we want to see. And yeah, we saw the score of Edgars Kroģeris. And we see it's Dmytro Ilyuk right now on his second qualifying run. Yeah, a bit of mistakes here and there. And trying to better his score, of course. And yeah, that's it for Dmytro Ilyuk in his second qualifying run. As we are looking at the replay once again. Yeah, nice wide line there in the beginning there for Ilyuk, brushing the inside with the front wheel, the inside of the track, but no major harm done, as of course he'll get some points on the board as well. Next one up will be Christos Kantsaras from Greece. Yes, I see you, I hear you, Greece fans, so nice to have you here. And Christos Kantsaras, yeah, was driving really nicely and aggressively, maybe didn't get the points that he should have deserved, so let's hope he can better that in his second attempt. Christos Kantsaras with a beautiful BMW E36 coming up right now, as we wait for the score of Dmitro Ilyuk. And yeah, the first run was much better. Still in P7, Dmitro Ilyuk, as here he is, Christos Kantsaras. You can see him on the screen, and he is ready to go. Coming up to the initiation, yeah, we wanted to say nicely done. A bit of hesitation at the beginning, but right now he is flooring it. Christos Kantsaras, really wide there against the grandstands, trying to be as wide as possible in every corner. You get a lot of points for the line. That's 40 points out of 100. So big job there for the drivers, and really closely to the wall. And I would say solid job there by Christos Kantsaras, as his fans appreciate this as well. And now, of course, he will take a look at his run as well. And he will see, yeah, there was a bit of hesitation at the beginning, but after that, I would say it was pretty neat and tidy. So should be solid amount of points, I think, for Christos Kantsaras in the end, as we have done the first 9 drivers of the second qualifying runs. And I think it will go faster and faster, and it should go faster than the first qualifying runs. And I heard also information that Ruben Bolanos from Spain is still working on his car to fix that oil leak he's having. Yeah, really passionate, the Greek fans cheering for Christos Kantsaras as we wait for the score. Let's see what he did deliver on the second one, and it's 57.5. He is into the top 32 right now. Only P29, but still, there is a chance to see him tomorrow in the main competition. So yeah, Christos Kantsaras one of the drivers without points. Next one up, Ahmed Al Amri from Oman, also with a rented car. Let's see what he can do. Wasn't the best first run, I think, from him, but right now he is flooring it. He is doing better, really wide there, almost onto the curb, but keeping it together. And let's see if he can keep this up until the end. Ahmed Al Amri from Oman, doing some great social media videos. If you haven't seen him, follow him and like it as well. But yeah, nice wall ride as well, so good job, I think. Much improved there, Ahmed Al Amri, if we compare to the first qualifying. So good job by the driver from Oman. Yeah, maybe I would say the first corner, a bit of hesitation the first meters, but this track is really unforgivable, so it's easy to make a mistake in the first corner. So I would say solid job by Ahmed Al Amri, and for sure we will wait and want to see how many points the driver from Oman will get, as he's the 10th driver to complete their second qualifying run. Yeah, really closely and nicely onto the wall, Ahmed Al Amri. So, quite rightly, judges taking a bit of time to evaluate every run, because it's really important in the end, really small margins. And 74.5, Ahmed Al Amri gets a really great score in and moves up in the standings. And I would say a really big chance to see him tomorrow. So next one up, Alexandre Claudin from France. Angry sounding and looking Corvette. Getting it done, getting it to the outside zone. And this looks also already a much better run than his first. The first one, I think, he was more hesitant. Right now, a more aggressive approach, a more committed approach from Alexandre Claudin, as it is needed to get some good points on the board and to make it into the top 32, as the level is really high. So yeah, I think also a better run from Claudin, representing France this weekend. And we can take a look, of course, and replay once again. Okay, next one up should be David Skogsby from Sweden. As we are still admiring the drone shots. So yeah, we have great camera angles through the whole track, through the whole Bitterniek layout. And if somebody has just joined us on the live stream or also in the grandstands, I've said it previously, but this is the longest possible layout in the Bitterniek circuit, in the main circuit that we are doing. We are not doing it not really often, so it's a privilege to drive this layout, and it has all the best bits, the fast, the flowing, a bit of technical as well, and in the end, a wall ride to not forget. And right now, we want to see some points for the previous driver, that was Alexandre Claudin. We saw that previously Al Amri got himself, and yeah, betters his score, 58, and barely into the top 32 right now, Alexandre Claudin. So yeah, it's always unfortunate that we will have to lose some drivers going into tomorrow, but that's how it goes. David Skogsby from Sweden coming up next. Oh, really wide line, really big angle. Nice to see a really committed beginning from the Swedish driver. A really wide line there as well. So David Skogsby going for a great result. Too much angle there. Has to back out. That's, of course, a big mistake, unfortunately, for David Skogsby, because up until then it looked like a pitch-perfect run there. And now one big mistake, and of course that will be a big points deduction for sure from the judges. What a shame, a bit. Yeah, otherwise really great run by David Skogsby, representing Sweden this weekend here. And we see that the spectators appreciate this run as well. Two Swedish drivers on the grid, representing Sweden in the Nations Cup as well. We have David Skogsby and Christian Erlandsson. And yeah, we see really committed first corner. We don't see it so much because, as I said, you need to be really brave to do that. In the first corner, you have to, in the here, you have too much angle, and that's why you had to back out a little bit of throttle. It is allowed there to do that, but surely it was a bit too much. But still, I'm sure he'll get some points, and we'll see a bit later how much exactly. And it's a 0. Yeah, it looks like an unchaseable run, unfortunately. So yeah, not a great qualifying for David Skogsby. As we continue with Oliver Randalu, Estonia, one of 2 Estonians this weekend here in Riga. One of 2 Estonian drivers. I'm sure he have lots of Estonian fans coming. Really wide line in the first corner. A bit too wide, we could say. Here gets it right up until the curb. And now the technical stuff and great driving by Oliver Randalu. The first corner was, I think, as same as in the first run, a bit over the top, but otherwise fluid, solid, beautiful run there by Oliver Randalu, representing Estonia. Yeah, I think let's have a look at the replay, but yeah, we see going a bit too wide, and yeah, okay, that's not 2 wheels, it's 1 wheel off the track, so that will be a bit of a deduction, but otherwise really committed, filling out all the outside zones. That's what the judges want to see, and really smooth transitions as well, so no hesitation at any moment. A really committed run by Oliver Randalu, but yeah, always room to improve, and that's how it is usually for almost all of the drivers, as we still get in some drone shots from the top and really close at some point to the car of Oliver Randalu. So he betters his score, 84, puts him up into P8, so a good job there by Oliver Randalu. And Daniels Bauman is another Baltic driver, a local hero, coming up next. A youngster, I think he's 16 years old or something like that, maybe 17. But yeah, still pretty young, and let's see what he can do in his first qualifying. Really committed, first corner on the edge, right on the white line, so that's a good start, that's a good beginning by Daniels Bauman. Is now also filling that outside zone against the grandstands and doing really fast, and yeah, not only precise but fast driving from Daniels Bauman with his 2JZ powered BMW E46, and right now onto the wall, no problems for Daniels Bauman, and a good run up until the end from the Latvian youngster. Wow, solid job by Daniels Bauman. He gets the appreciation from the spectators in the grandstand as well, and he looks like he feels that this was a good one. He's happy himself, as we committed really on the edge, staying within the white lines. Yeah, that's what you need to do there in the first corner, and yeah, nice angle. This could be a good one. This could be a good one. Next driver should have been Ruben Bolanos, but he's still fixing his car, so he will drive a little bit later. Let's hope that the Spanish driver will get the chance to do at least one qualifying run, as we are still admiring the second qualifying run of Daniels Baumanis. Yeah, North European zone champion this year. Previous year he was Pro 2 champion in Latvia, the year before in street class, and I think he has still the chance to be champion in the Latvian standings this year in Pro class. It's his first year in Pro class, and it's 93 points for Daniels Baumanis, rocketing him up to second position in qualifying, just behind I think Korpulinski is still in the lead in qualifying. With the 95 run. Oh no, Nasser, exactly, yeah, Nasser is in P1 with 95 points. As we continue with Tamás Magyar from Hungary, let's go, what can the Hungarian driver deliver us? Quite nicely done first corner. And the first zones filled out quite nicely. Maybe not the speed that we saw previously from some other drivers, but The precision is there, the car control is there from Tamás Magyar. And right now he has to keep it close to the wall, but not into the wall, and that's what the Hungarian driver is doing. So good job by Tamás Magyar with the good old Mercedes 190. Tamás looks like he had some contact a little bit with the wall. The bumper is hanging off, but it's still attached to the car, and it will be attached to the car while he is making his way back to the pits, as we see the replay. Yeah, I would say, the only thing I would see with my eyes, or from my point of view, that lacking a bit of speed compared to the fastest cars, but he made it really up with the precision and nicely filling out almost all of the zones that the judges want. Next one up should be Ole Peter Vatn from Norway. And after Ole Peter Vatn, Rafael Zanelato Marinho from Brazil. I know a lot of Brazilian fans are watching for sure, so be ready after Ole Peter Vatn from Norway. And here we have 74 points, gets a better score up to P14 for Tamás Magyar. I can think he can be happy. So yeah, right now Ole Peter Vatn, and after that the Brazil driver Rafael Zanelato Marinho. Has a bit of work to do, the Brazilian, but I'm sure he is capable of that. As we see Ole Peter Vatn right now. Nicely done, really committed outside zone, really lots of smoke coming from Ole Peter Vatn's car, and a really wide line there as well. Beautiful driving by the Norwegian, and keeping it steady, keeping it really calm, and keeping it on the outside zones wherever he needs to be. So Ole Peter Vatn is still with the last corner to go. Norwegian driver putting up a real good show, and should be good points on the board for Ole Peter Vatn. Looks like we have some Norwegian fans here as well who are happy what Ole Peter Vatn just showed us. And Ole is happy as well. And another car which has its bumper hanging down a bit, but yeah, I'm sure that was during the contact with the wall, for sure, a bit of a love tap there against the wall, but nothing major. And Ole Peter Vatn going back to the pits. I think he can be pretty proud with this second run. Nicely done as we wait for the scores to come in. And it's 85.5. The previous run was 89.5, so still sitting in P5. Good job, and can be pretty comfortable right now, Ole Peter Vatn. Rafael Zanelato Marinho has a bit of work to do. Wasn't the greatest first run. Right now he has to better his score to get into the competition, and he is in the inside line. I think that was really too much of an inside line. And right now, yeah, messy run, unfortunately. All the inside zones where you have to be on the outside. And I think it was into the no-go zone in the first corner. So that means if you go into that zone, you score automatically 0 points because it's unchaseable if you would go tomorrow in the final run. So unfortunately, yeah, putting up some show, putting up some smoke in the end there. Rafael Zanelato Marinho, but yeah, it's 0, and it was 28 in the first run. So unfortunately, we won't see Rafael tomorrow in the competition. And yeah, but thank you for coming from this far away, from all the way from Brazil. And I hope still enjoying he and his team the event here in Riga. As we continue with two Finnish drivers, Niklas Wick will be going first, and after him, Jarkko Jilha. And it's a green light for Niklas Wick. Classic Toyota GT86 chassis. Okay, it's not a classic car, but it's a really common chassis to use. And yeah, paints the outside line there. Misses outside zone 2, but gets back into outside zone 3. So outside zone 4, that is. And smoke is there, the angle is there, and precision in almost all of the zones as well. Maybe lacking a bit of speed, but otherwise looking quite solid right now on the track. Niklas Wick from Finland with a nicely done Toyota GT86. So yeah, Niklas Wick, number 55, and we will see the replay once again. Yeah, first corner was beautiful, right on the edge where we want to see. Missed a bit of that inside clip, or the outside zone 2, if we want to be precise. So yeah, a few misses here and there, but overall, as I said before, quite a solid run by Niklas Wick. Coming up next, as I said, his fellow Finnish countryman Jarkko Jilha with a Toyota Chaser. So, but before that, of course, we will see what points Niklas Wick will get for his second attempt. And it's 77, bettering his score after P12, Niklas Wick. Let's see what Jarkko Jilha can do. Jarkko had a good run, but a bit of a mistake in the first corner. Let's see here. He's one of the bigger cars, so not so easy to navigate around the cones there. But now a much better initiation. Yeah, really solid outside. And now Jarkko Jilha can put together a great run. Yeah, to get a bit up on the standings as well in the qualifying. He had a good base, but he can do much better. And we see Jarkko Jilha, one of the two Finns competing this weekend and coming really closely, really fast to the wall. So that's great to see. Really committed run, Jarkko Jilha from Finland. Yeah, fans appreciating this run by Jarkko as well, with his beautiful looking Toyota Chaser. And yeah, I think I have really nothing to add to this replay. It looks on point through the whole run. Next one will be, or should be, Rafnkel Runarsson, but we saw that he, on his previous run, did go straight, didn't drift, so I'm sure there was some technical issues, unfortunately, for the driver from Iceland. Let's hope that he is on the grid and he can try to get a score, at least on his second qualifying. And it's 86.5, so up to P7 for Jarko Ilves. Hrafnel Runarsson is on the grid. Let's hope that now he can drive sideways and not straight. I think looks better. Yes, and it will be an initiation there for Runarsson. Trying to keep it together with his BMW 36 Compact. And yeah, getting almost to all the outside zones as well. So yeah, really unfortunate that he couldn't do his first qualifying run, but the second looks more on point. So okay, not 100% all the zones, but he is really close, and he is close to the wall right from the beginning. So good, solid run there, I would say, by the driver from Iceland, Hrafnel Runarsson. So yeah, great to see. Let's hope that Ruben Bolanos can also fix his car, so we don't have guys getting out of the competition because of technical issues. So yeah, okay, not the most points for Runarsson for sure, but at least a solid run and at least some points. And let's see if that will be enough to get into top 32 or not. We will know that in just a few moments. And 57 points right into the top 32, but on the edge right now is Hrafnkel Runarsson. So yeah, I think there are still some drivers who didn't get points who are coming up, but let's wait and see as Pavel Korpulinski is next one up. Had a really good first run. I think he sits second or third in the standings right now. And a really good job right from the beginning. A good outside zone, snappy transition by Korpulinski. As he is navigating his way through the Pikaneti, a long layout. Beautifully done, that outside zone as usually by Pavel Korpulinski. And yeah, I don't know if he will better his score, but it looks on point, right? The same as his first run. So good job there by Pavel Korpulinski representing Poland this weekend, not only for himself, but representing Poland in the Nations Cup. As we have two Polish drivers, Pavel Korpulinski and Jakub Przygoński, competing this weekend here. And yeah, we are all, I would say, around the half, a little bit more than the half of the second qualifying runs. So around 22 drivers to come. And next one up will be Peter Utassi from Hungary. So one of two Hungarian drivers as well. This weekend here in Riga, Latvia at FIA IDC. So it was Tamás Magyar and Peter Utassi, the two drivers from Hungary. As we for sure will get the score in just a few moments. And it's a better score, 93.5, 1 point more than in the previous run, and still sitting nicely in the top 5 there. Pavel Korpulinski, as Peter Utassi will try to better his score as well. Number 75, Nissan S13. Solid job on the first corner, not 100% on the outside zone, but trying to do that. A bit of cutting there off the track. Now coming really close to the outside zone. Now the deceleration zone, not perfect, but still keeping it together. Peter Utasi. So now on to the wall, the last corner. Has to be brave, and it looks like the Hungarian is quite brave and is over the finish line. Peter Utasi from Hungary on his second qualifying run. As we will of course have the chance to watch the replay as usually. And it's exact the same score as in the first run, still in P20. Peter Utasi 70.5 points. Then Ihab Abu Falah continuing from Lebanon, all the way from Lebanon. The driver with the BMW E46. Let's see what he can do in his second attempt. Number 84 is his starting number. And yeah, a bit of mistakes in the first corner. Now he has to be on point doing the whole track to get some points on board. Looks almost already better, but then missing that outside zone completely. And that's not what the judges want to see. And now he has to salvage some points. He has to be on point there. He has to be on really close onto the wall. And that's what he was in the end, Ihab Abu Falah. But yeah, there will be some quite big points deductions, I'm sure, for the first corner. So that wasn't ideal, and then missing out on some other outside zones as well. Ihab Abu Falah representing Lebanon. And the next driver for the Polish fans, Jakub Przygoński, number 86 with his Toyota GR86 will be coming up next. Had a really good first qualifying run, I think 94 or something like that, pretty close to 100 at least, and also still sitting pretty good in top 5. But he has the second run, of course, to try to better his score. His fellow countryman Pavel Korpolinski did better his score by 1 point. Let's see what Jakub Przygoński can do on his second attempt, as we will see what the score of Ihab Abu Falah will be. And the first score was better, 65.5, still in the top 32, in 25th position. And Jakub Przygoński right now going onto the track for his second run. Yeah, he has a really good score from the first, so he can risk a little bit more, go more all in the second one. Maybe try to win this qualifying for himself and for Poland. Experienced driver, competing not only in drifting but in Dakar as well. So multitasking, multi-talent, Jakub Przygoński. And yeah, beautifully smoking out all the outside zones. The first corner was really perfect and a bit more aggressive, I would say, as in the first attempt. So yeah, great to watch. Jakub Przygoński almost mimicking his first run. So yeah, really close to the wall right from the beginning. And wow, what a run, what a run. Always nice to see how Jakub Przygoński is driving through this track, and he should get some appreciation from the fans as well. As Jakub Przygoński, yeah, as I said, not the loudest car, not the most flashy maybe driving, but always on point and always delivering. Jakub Przygoński. And of course, we have to mention that Jakub Przygoński was the gold medalist in the FIA Motorsport Games last year in Spain, near Valencia. So, and in the previous Motorsport Games, he did, I think, manage a silver or a bronze. I think a bronze medal it was for Przygoński in 2022. So yeah, always doing good in the FIA competitions, and right now also betters his score 94.5. That puts him up to second position. Jakub Przygoński does it again, and okay, it's not the win this time in qualifying, but still up there. We continue. Vladimir Codreanu from Moldova. Yeah, I think had a bit of issues in his first run, but right now. Yeah, and issues in the, unfortunately, there are some big technical issues for the driver from Moldova, Vladimir Codreanu. And yeah, he's driving straight, and he will get, unfortunately, a 0 on his second attempt. I think it wasn't great, the first one as well. So really unfortunate all the way from Moldova. Vladimir Codreanu. And of course, we won't see a replay, and we will go straight to the points. That's for sure. And we have Ruben Bolanos on his third attempt to try to qualify. The first 2 times he was sent back because of oil leaking from his engine. It looks like the team has fixed his car. And Ruben Bolanos, the only Spanish driver on the grid, will try to qualify. And yeah, we didn't see the points for Vladimir Codreanu, but yeah, okay. We'll see that maybe a little bit later. Right now, all eyes on Ruben Bolanos from Spain. The car is fixed, no more oil leaking from the engine, and now he can show us what he's made of. We have seen him in FIA competitions previously, and right now a solid first corner. Now he has to try to keep this up during the whole course, really close to the outside zone there as well, close to the curb. And super job by the Spanish driver. Ruben Bolanos has to keep it together. 2 more transitions to go for him. A really wide line there as well. And now he has to move close to the wall. He is close to the wall, not too close, not hitting it. Really good proximity to the wall. And in the end, a bit of a hard moment. But I think everything should be all right for Ruben Bolanos. We will see the replay. I thought that he was going straight in the end, but I hope that was only in my eyes, and I hope in the reality it was a bit different. So yeah, a really solid job. And how much stress, of course, Ruben Bolanos had before this run, as he twice did get sent back to the pits when he was standing before the starting line, and I think everything was, it was on the edge, but I think should be all right. Yeah, Ruben Bolanos representing Spain. And it's 84 points, P11 for Ruben Bolanos. So he will be happy, that's for sure, as we continue on with the next driver, Benediktas Čirba from Lithuania. So still around 15 drivers to come. Nice initiation there by Čirba, really wide line, one wheel off the track, but we could say a really aggressive approach. Right now trying to do what he does best, Benediktas Čirba. Lots of Lithuanian fans, of course, already here in Bitternieki, and I'm sure tomorrow we will have more and more Lithuanians as they follow around everywhere where Čirba and Vasiliauskas go, and lots of smoke, lots of action, lots of sounds from Benediktas Čirba, as it seems like he is pretty happy about his run, and his fans are happy about his run as well. Yeah, I think this was much better than his first attempt. Okay, dropping one wheel, okay, but I would say still doing great and filling out the zones better than in his first run. So should get a bit more points on the board than previously. Yeah, we see from the drone shot as well how Čirba is beautifully filling out all the zones. So I think, yeah, if the judges want to complain a little bit, then it could be that one wheel off in the first corner. But I would say pretty committed through the whole course, the Lithuanian driver, who is, of course, together with Andrius Vasiliauskas representing Lithuania also in the Nations Cup. And it's 88.5, up to P6, up to 6th place in qualifying, Benediktas Čirba. And here we have Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias, the one who I think is still the qualifying leader right now with some 95, 96 points, something around that. Let's see if he can better that in his second attempt. He has nothing to lose, so he can go all in, and that's what he's doing right from the beginning. Good outside zones from Nasser right now, and yeah, I would say missing a little bit more maybe there. Otherwise, it looks pretty spectacular as always. Nasser Al-Kharbali, a great showman on the track and off the track, a fun guy as well. So Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias trying to better his score, and yeah, it looked like he lost a bit of tires in the end because the speed was lacking. But otherwise, yeah, loud, beautiful, and nice driving as well there by Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias representing El Salvador. Yeah, everything all right there. I think he missed a bit the inside clip. Maybe that was how I saw it, but all in all, a great run once again by Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias. And it's, yeah, 86.5, still in P1, still in the lead with 95 points. Nasser Al-Kharbali Urias, as we see the next driver, Itai Sadeh from Israel. Good youngster as well, always putting up great drives. Let's see if he can do that in his second qualifying run. Nice initiation, really beautiful wide line there. A bit too early transition, so setting his car not greatly up for the following turns, but somehow keeps it together. Itai Sadeh right now still two more corners to go. One more transition to go, but it looks quite solid, overall quite solid run there by Itai Sade, the driver from Israel. Doing a good job, lots of smoke in the end as well. So should be solid points as well there for Itai Sade, as we have still 15 drivers. Yes, right now we will have still 15 drivers to come. So 2/3 done, 1/3 to go in the second qualifying runs. And I can remind maybe about the schedule for tomorrow. Of course, this is all Latvian or Riga, Latvia local time. So if you're watching from far away or from other time zones, check accordingly. And yeah, to don't miss action from tomorrow. So yeah, from 12:30 till 1 o'clock local time, we will have the grand opening ceremony. And then from 1:30 till 4:30 p.m. we will have the FIA IDC Top 32 finals or tandem runs, and approximately around 5 o'clock afternoon we will have the prize giving ceremony. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Don't miss it. Convert it to your local times. Tomorrow Latvian, so Riga, Latvia, local time 12:30. And we have 81 points, a little bit better there for Itai Sade in the second run. So 12:30 opening ceremony, 1:30 the top 32 tandem starts, as we continue on with Clint van Oort, driver from the Netherlands, but driving with the Latvian racing license, so representing Latvia as well this weekend. And a bit of a mistake there, going off track with one or maybe two wheels. And yeah, that was a big correction, unfortunately, for Clint van Oort. Tries to, of course, keep it together, and the marshals will check if everything is all right with the track, if it's not dirty, so that we can continue. But yeah, Clint van Oort, I think, did already lose a lot of points in the first corner. A bit of a correction, going off track and ending it good, ending it well. So as I said, from the Netherlands, Clint van Oort, but representing Latvia this weekend, as he is driving with the Latvian racing license. And yeah, quite a mistake on the first corner from Clint van Oort. As we will continue with Fredrik Strelkov, Estonia, coming up next. Then it will be Mevlud Meladze from Georgia, and then Lithuanian driver Andrius Vasiliauskas. These are the next three drivers who will do their second qualifying runs. And 0 in the second run. Yeah, it's unchaseable, this big mistake, but he has still 64 points from the first run, so P28 still in the mix, Clint van Oort, as we see Fredrik Strelkov coming up next. The solid first run, the Estonian driver, beautifully painting out that first outside zone. Flying through the track, missing a bit again. It's the grandstands, that outside zone, and here also not 100% perfect. The commitment is there, the speed is there, the angle is there, and the fluidity is there as well. But sometimes, yeah, I would say half a meter here and there on the outside would do Strelkov better. But yeah, closer to the wall up until the end. Fredrik Strelkov representing Estonia. Yeah, and a kind reminder to the drivers that you have to slow down after the finish line, so otherwise you can get some warnings and maybe even more. So yeah, please be correct and slow down after the finish. I know adrenaline is pumping and everything, etc., but for the safety of it, we have to keep it cool after the finish. So good replay there from Strelkov. I think, as I said, here and there could have been a bit wider at some point. but from a commitment and fluidity and angle view and transitions, everything was really nicely done there by Fredrik Strelkov. And 91 points for Fredrik Strelkov, up to P5. So good job by the Estonian. As we continue with Mevlut Meladze. Mevlut Meladze representing Georgia. Not the greatest initiation, but he keeps it sideways right now. Has to try to get till the end. Maybe not the greatest line, but still has a chance to qualify for top 32. With Meladze, of course, really well known in Georgia, the drifting community. As he's not only a driver, but also involved in the whole drifting spectrum in Georgia. So yeah, solid run I would say by Mevlut Meladze. Compared to his first one I think was a bit more messy, but this was okay. Had a crash, if I remember correctly, yesterday in practice, but right now car is straight, everything is all right. And let's see the replay. Yeah, quite a brave first corner by Mevlut Meladze. I think the issue is with some zones not getting into them, but fluidity was there. And let's see what the judges will say about the drive of Mevlut Meladze. And he was quite close to the wall as well, I would say. Nicely done by the driver from Georgia. And what will be the score? It's 73.5, and that puts him in P19, Mevlut Meladze. And yeah, I think he can be quite sure that he has made it into the top 32, as we have still 12 drivers on the grid for their second qualifying runs. Next one up, Andrius Vasiliauskas, Lithuania. Made his beautiful new BMW M2. Not the most outside zone in the first corner, but the speed is there. Speedy Vasiliauskas with big angle there. And Vasiliauskas has always been one of the faster drivers. And all the other zones look pretty nicely done as well. I think only the first corner is where Vasiliauskas maybe left some points on the table, but otherwise spectacular run by Andrius Vasiliauskas, and keeping it floored after the finish line, as he looks like he did like his run himself, and we can see it on the replay. Yeah, I think the only issue with his run was the first corner. Otherwise, quite nicely done by the Lithuanian driver, who is, of course, together with Benediktas Čirba, representing Lithuania in the Nations Cup as well this weekend. Next one up will be Elvi Edwards from the United Kingdom, of course. Had some issues in the first run, did hit his wheel, I think, twice against the curb, and the second one was a bit more harsh, and I saw that the car was being repaired in the pits, but should be all right. So Elvi Edwards will be next one on the grid. But before that, we get the points, and 83.5 up to P13 for Andrius Vasiliauskas, and Elvi Edwards going for his second qualifying run. let's hope he can do better than the first, because I know LV has the potential, and let's see if he can match that on his second qualifying run, or show us his full potential. And a bit of a messy initiation, not the greatest, unfortunately there. Right now trying to keep it together to salvage some points on his second qualifying run. But yeah, the first corner was not so fully committed as the judges would have loved to see. And yeah, really close to the wall. LV Edwards up until the end. Yeah, not the greatest first corner for LV Edwards. So let's see once again in the replay that moment from the first corner. So he is sideways, but then I think it's another, like a double initiation or something like that. Maybe he didn't lose the angle fully. That's up to the judges, but yeah, didn't look good the first corner, unfortunately, for LV Edwards. And next driver, Mariano Lavinia from Italy. I really liked the first quali run of Lavinia, so let's see if it can be bettered, if such a word exists. But yeah, Mariano Lavinia representing Italy this weekend. As we have 48.5, unfortunately, only for LV Edwards, and that's P36, and that's out of competition, unfortunately, for the driver from the United Kingdom. Yeah, unfortunate, but that's how the sport sometimes go. And Mariano Lavinia on the grid, on the initiation, really wide line, one wheel off the track, really snappy transition. Had to make a mistake. There was too much on the inside and went, I think, a few meters straight. Unfortunately, Mariano Lavinia. And yeah, but I think there was a good score on the board in the first attempt. So I think this will be a zero, quite 100%, as he was doing a correction. He was too much on the inside against the inside clip. Wanted to make a correction, but yeah, that straightened the car out. It's quite a high-speed section of the track, and it's easily to do a mistake like this. Mariano Lavinia, as we will check and see his score for sure. Yeah, we will see, of course, a bit of the replay. Yeah, everything was all right, but maybe a bit too early, the transition, and that's why, yeah, then driving straight. That's why that's what put him off, unfortunately, there. Mariano Lavinia, he has 0 for this second run, but there was 79.5 in the first, so still in P15 overly in qualifying. And we continue. Christian Erlandsson from Sweden. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers still left in the qualifying, the FIA Intercontinental Drifting Cup qualifying. Only 9 drivers left with their second runs, and then that will be that. Really wide line, really big angle, too much angle, and that's a spin, and that's a 0 for Christian Erlandsson. I think he had some points on the board in the first one, so this is unfortunate, but driving a Subaru BRZ. And yeah, 70 in the first run, 23rd position for Christian Erlandsson. So quite okay. He should be into the competition And we will move on to the next driver, Artur Havrilenko, with the same chassis, but Toyota GT86, and representing Ukraine, one of 3 drivers this weekend, alongside Dmitro Ilyuk and Timur Lipsky. Artur Havrilenko, number 333, with the Toyota GT86 from Ukraine. And I hear his spotter trying to cheer him on. Like he has to go full attack, full attack. Good initiation by Havrilenko, nice outside zone, and now he has to build on this. Try to match what he did in the first corner. Not perfect outside zone, a bit too wide on the curb, and that's a mistake, unfortunately, for Artur Havrilenko. And that's a 0 there for him. Such a good beginning, such a good first corner, and then, yeah, a bit too hot. Went there on the curb, and that's what unsettled the car. And he was already a bit too much outside there, and unfortunately 2-0 for Artur Havrilenko, and that's it, out of competition, unfortunately, the driver from Ukraine. But still, yeah, getting a cheer from the locals, from the spectators, as we move on to the next driver, and that is João Barrion from Brazil. I know lots of Brazilians are watching the live stream, so good luck to your driver. And we see, yeah, a completely new full roll cage in the car of João Barrion. The old one was cut out in the beginning of this week, and during a few days he got the new roll cage into his car. So great job by the Estonians who did that. And great job by João Barrion for making that possible. So second run for João Barrion, a well-known drifter all around the world. Good initiation there, not the best 100% outside line, but still keeping it floored. Looks like, yeah, that João Barrion is keeping it floored from the beginning up until almost the end, and this was the only time. And the bumper flew off, some contact with looks like a bit of a tire wall, but yeah, really wide line, really close to the wall. Now keeping it floored once again, the Brazilian driver João Barrion. Spectacular run. Looks like he could use a bit more horsepower maybe at some point, but yeah, the first corner is keeping it floored, and João Barrion, great to have the driver from Brazil here. As we move on to the next drivers, and of course it will be interesting to see how many points. Yeah, a bit of the rear lights hanging off the car, as he made a contact here with the wall. Okay, with the tire wall there. So really close, João Barrion, driver from Brazil. The only Brazilian driver still in the competition, because unfortunately Rafael Zanelato Marinho already out, didn't make it into the top 32. And we have still 6 drivers who have to do their second runs. Anders Madsen from Denmark will be next. Rocking a BMW E46 M3. And 70 points, half a point better, and P24 right now. That means that João Barrion is into the main event, is into the finals for tomorrow, and Anders Madsen is ready to rock as well. Second run for him, representing Denmark, alongside Mikkel Kraus. Solid initiation. Oh, and a big mistake there, unfortunately, a big mistake there for Anders Madsen. Looked like the initiation was all right, but something happened there. And yeah, we see he was sideways, and then somehow, I don't know if the car shut off or shut Okay, some issues there. And yeah, that's a 0. It looks like some issue with the front left wheel. Front left wheel, unfortunately, for Anders Madsen. So yeah, he felt it. He felt it right away. So yeah, he will be put on the recovery truck, and that means right now is the time to quickly grab something, a drink or a snack, and we will have the last 5 cars, last 5 drivers doing their second qualifying runs. As we see right now, the top of the standings in the qualifying, and Alexander Claudin right now in that 32nd position, the last driver to get into the finals. And I think there are still some drivers who can get some points and get into top 32. And yeah, next one up will be Kasper Eidsmo Sand from Norway. Then we will have Hokuto Matsuyama from Japan. Then Zanil Satar from Mozambique. Daniel Brandner representing Austria, and another Ukrainian, Timur Lipsky. So still 5 drivers will do their second runs, and as usually really fast recovery from our track marshals and track personnel. Yeah, something unfortunately broke in the front left of the suspension, and that's why Anders Madsen felt it already after the initiation that something was broken, shut the run down to not risk even a bigger crash or hit against the concrete walls or tires. And the car is on the flatbed, so that means the recovery truck will get off the track in just a few moments, and we will continue. We see number 444, Kasper Eidsmo Sand from Norway, is ready to go. One of 2 Norwegian drivers this weekend representing this country in the Nations Cup as well, together with Ole Petter Vatten. Ole Petter Vatten already into top 32 with a good result in his qualifying runs. Let's see what Kasper Eidsmo Sand can do. Slide first, think later. That's what is written on the back of his Silvia. Okay, the track is ready. Kasper Eidsmo Sand is ready to represent Norway in the FIA IDC 2025. Oh, there is a bit of problems with the hood maybe, but while it is still closed, it's all okay. A bit of hesitant initiation there by the Norwegian driver, but now he is smoking up his tires, smoking up the circuit. And really nice line as well, really wide there. Now he tries to do one more transition, and Kasper Eidsmo Sand with a good job, really nicely done there, closely to the wall and nicely over the finish line. Kasper Eidsmo Sand from Norway. Solid run there by the Norwegian. And of course, the most important thing is how many points will he get on board. As we get ready for the next driver, Hokuto Matsuyama from Japan. He has showed a lot of promise in the first run. Didn't make it happen 100%. Still could be a bit of an improvement for the Japanese driver, but I'm sure he will show that in his second qualifying run. Really beautiful Toyota Supra, the new one, the A90 as it's called. Yeah, looks like, I think, of course, the most popular cars are BMWs, but then we have a lot of Nissans and a lot of Toyotas as well. Would be interesting to count them a little bit maybe later to see if there are more Nissans or more Toyotas on the grid this weekend here at the Intercontinental Drifting Cup by FIA. And okay, it was 70 something points in the first run, so still into the top 32, Kasper Eidsmo-Sand, as we see Hokuto Matsuyama getting ready for his second qualifying run. Yeah, has to try to better his score from the first run, and I'm sure he can do that. Japan, of course, the birthplace of drifting, where it all started in the 80s. And then, of course, spread all over the world, as drifting is still one of the younger motorsports and still growing with each year, with each day, with each competition. Hokuto Matsuyama, first corner. A bit of correction there, but looks like better than in the first one. Unsettles the car, one wheel off the track. I think he did it previously as well, but now trying to salvage a run. I think this is still better than previously. Hokuto Matsuyama, what a nice looking Toyota Supra, straight from Japan. And coming close to the wall, a really good job there by the Japanese driver. And gets it done. Hokuto Matsuyama in his second qualifying run. Solid job there by the Japanese driver. Really, it is a big pleasure to have such a Japanese legend here with us this weekend. And of course, you have to remember there's really different styles of drifting throughout the world. We have some countries with a little bit slower, more technical tracks. We have countries where we have really only high-speed tracks, we could say. And I think, yeah, Europe is somewhere in the mix between, because European tracks usually have fast parts and also technical parts. So yeah, somewhere in the middle, and that is Bitenik circuit as well, as we see the replay of Hokuto Matsuyama's second quali run. Once again, can't wait to see the points for the Japanese driver, as the track is, as usually, inspected by the marshals if everything is all right. And it's 63 points, and that's the difference to make it into top 32. Right now in P30, we have still 3 drivers, I think, who can better their scores. Zanil Satar, Daniel Brander, and Timur Lipski right now. Yeah, really close into the top 32. Zanil Satar from Mozambique didn't have any practice runs due to some technical issues. The first qualifying run was his first run, complete run on this track. And now he will try to get into top 32 with his second run. Proudly representing the colors of his country, of Mozambique. Zanil Satar. Yeah, you see that he is lacking some practice, unfortunately. I'm sure he could have done much better with more practice runs, and we see he is trying, but I'm not sure that this will be enough. But still, big 2 thumbs up for Zanil Satar for trying, at least trying to get some points in qualifying, and he did get some points in the first run. I'm sure he will get some points in the second run, but looking at the level of competition and how the other runs. But yeah, without practicing, Zanil Satar from Mozambique trying to do his best, and I'm sure his fans in Mozambique can be proud of what he did with only 2 runs here on the Bitenik circuit. And that means only 2 drivers left in FIA IDC qualifying. I can quickly remember about the schedule tomorrow. So that's all local time, Riga, Latvia time. At 12:30 we will have the opening ceremony, and at 13:30 or 1:30 p.m. we will have the final top 32 competition. So yeah, unfortunately it's game over for Zanil Satar, but yeah, it was nice having you here. So yeah, 1:30 p.m. starts the top 32 tomorrow. So let's see you all there in the live stream, and of course, if you can make it to the Beat Your Naked track, let's do that. And Daniel Brandner is ready to go. I think there was a 0 in his first run, or not so many points, and right now he will try, of course, to better that. Daniel Brandner, not the first time here in Riga. Always a joy to have this Austrian showman competing. And lots of wheel spin. Daniel Brandner is coming on to the starting, onto the initiation, and yeah, a bit of a shallow line from the beginning, still with blue tires, putting up a show for the spectators, and I'm sure we are loving it. These blue tires, something different. Now Daniel Brandner has to keep it together if he wants to score some points, if he wants to get into top 32. He still can do it. One more corner against the wall, really close to the wall. Now he has to floor it. A bit of issues look like, but still going sideways. And in the end, lots of blue smoke. Daniel Brandner. I'm sure, yeah, everybody appreciated the blue tires. Kept it together. I think he floored the car a little bit too late in the last corner. I don't know what happened there. Maybe some misfire or something. Let's see once again the replay. As of course Timur Lipski is getting ready for his second qualifying run, which will be the last qualifying run of FIA IDC. From now on, then only tandem runs. Of course, we will have some practices going on tomorrow in the morning. But yeah, live stream will be starting, I'm sure, starting from the opening ceremony, and then going all the way to the finals. And of course, not only drivers but nations competing against each other. And here we see, yeah, only at the half of the corner, maybe some downshifting problems, something maybe like that for Daniel Brandner there. But in the end, he got it going, and that will be for sure a bit of a deduction, but yeah, should be some points there for Daniel Brandner representing Austria. So we should get the results quite soon. And it's unfortunately only 55.5, so outside of the top 32, unfortunately for Daniel Brandner. So yeah, quite points deduction for a few places here and there. And the last qualifying run, Timur Lipski from Ukraine, 3 Ukrainian drivers here in Riga. Really bold first corner, really wide line there. Now he has to keep it together, Timur Lipski. We know that Dmitry Ilyuk is into top 32, but his compatriot Artur Kavidenko hasn't made it into top 32, so Timur Lipski will try to hold the Ukrainian flag as high as he can, and right now he is doing a good job. He's putting together a solid run, and this could be maybe enough for top 32 by Timur Lipski from Ukraine. The first run wasn't so good, the second run much better, so good job by Timur Lipski, and a really beautiful Toyota Supra again as well. So yeah, Timur, I think, can be proud with his run, and for FIA IDC it's over today, but we will continue, of course, with some local practices. So for the Latvian Championship, the drivers, the Latvian and I suppose also Baltic drivers, and from Estonia as well, a lot of drivers will, I'm sure, compete in the practice that will happen a little bit later. And still we have also some Pro 2 and street practices happening in the stadium. So yeah, the people who are here, cilvēki, kas ir šeit, droši turpinām skatīties. That was a little bit in Latvian, so yeah, the people who are here in the grandstands, they can keep on watching. We will, of course, show the results of Timur Lipski. We will show the overall results of the qualifying. And as I said, the top 32 will go against each other tomorrow. And kind reminder once again, 12:30 local time, 12:30 local time opening ceremony, 1:30 p.m. And it's 89 points, and Timur Lipski gets into the top 32. So congratulations for him and his Ukrainian fans. A great job on the second run. So I think we should see the whole qualifying results just for clarification to see who is in, who is not. And yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the drivers for putting up a show already today. But yeah, the big event, the big fights, the big tandems side by side, that all will happen tomorrow. As I said, drifting starts 1:30, opening ceremony 12:30. So don't miss it, Riga, Latvian time. And here we see the winner of qualifying, Nasser Al-Kharbali. Urias Prizhgonski is second. And then we have Daniels Baumans, the local youngster, in third. And then all the other drivers, Korpulinski, Strelkov, that's the top 5. And you can see all the other drivers who have qualified right now, the top 16. But I'm sure we will see P17 to P32 as well. So lots of nations coming in tomorrow. Before qualifying, we started with 32 nations and 44 drivers. Tomorrow we will have 32 drivers, and we can count a little bit later how many countries will be represented, as we here see all the drivers who have made it into the top 32. And I'm sure the Greek fans will be happy that their driver has done it as well. So thank you everybody for watching today, and see you all tomorrow for the FIA IDC 2025 big finals, big tandem runs. And a quick information for the local fans as well. So we will continue with pro practice for the Latvian and I assume, yeah, Latvian and Baltic drivers. So that's coming up. We will still have some drifting today going on. And tomorrow we will have practice in the morning. And after that we will continue with 12:30 opening ceremony and 1:30 the top 32 big finals for FIA IDC. So thank you everybody for today. See you tomorrow, and I'll speak to you tomorrow again.